Hello, everyone, and apologies for the delay, but we are finally live here at Ascent Auckland. And I have with me Alan from Weebs of the Shore. I'm James, your host, and we're getting right into it here with a Water Lorraine, not quite mirror here.
Yep, happy to be here. Happy to be here, James. Thanks for getting this all coordinated, and luckily we are able to work through all the technical issues. And a familiar character here. I got to commentate over his match in the finals at Houston Ascent. Caven versus Justin and Water Lorraine. I think you said it's not the mirror, right?
It is not quite a mirror match, so we have Caben is on a Crux build with all the way to level 3, whereas Justin is on level 1 ally beatdown.
I see, okay.
Except it seems like Caben is doing the beatdowns right now.
Yeah, pretty strong start from Caben here. He's got, his ideal setup, the Gildas Lurking Assailant and the Frostborn Paladin on board already.
So perhaps
shot being played from
maybe more of a is more of an ally beatdown deck, just with some level 3 value in there, just for a bit of extra power. We do have deck lists here.
Taking a little peep at their deck list, and quite the different list that they're playing. Obviously, since Capen's on the Crux package for himself, maybe giving him a better late game over the Water Allies deck. I know it's a deck that he's quite familiar with, considering that he did a deck tech for that. I think like a few, at this point, probably about a month or so ago. But interesting to see what the meta is going to be like here today. Korhazi Trapper coming down from Justin.
Yeah, getting his preparation counter. That's going to help a little bit with some prevent a bit of beatdown.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe make it a bit harder for Caven to clear some allies.
Yeah, interesting option. I haven't seen that one being played too much. The Bobble's coming down. One thing to note, I think both players. Let me take a look at their little peek at their list. In the Water Mirror, the Scepter of Lumina is available now for both the Water players. So I wonder how they're going to be utilize this match and see like what the timing is going to be like.
Well, that's going to make things very scary for both players because at any point they can just materialize and then level up, or potentially the next turn. I guess it means you don't have to slow down your materialization in order to get that scepter out.
I think one important thing that we were able to quite catch it while we were getting set up here is who was going first versus second, unless you happen to know that, James.
I did not catch that, but I believe this is only one of the first few turns of the game.
Mm-hmm. Weaponsmith coming down. I want to say he swung into the
Must be
Trapper,
swinging into the Spirit. Oh, but the Trapper is saving himself by reducing the Weaponsmith's attack.
Looks like Caven has quite a few options here, I think. We've seen some of the attack cards in his hand. He has Savage Slash, playing Savage Slash. Has a interesting list because it's playing kind of like that. Let me take a look here.
He's got the dungeon guides, four dungeon guides in there.
He's playing 4 copies of Banner Knight. I think it's sort of like just that a bit of a riff on that like Water Allies list, and then just having more options at the mid to late game stage.
Supposedly just having a bit of extra health in order to outlast other ally decks.
Yeah, it also turns off the or if you're expecting a lot of water mirrors, that Scepter of Lumina is now not too scary since the damage doesn't. You have more health to work with, essentially, right? Like at the level 3 range.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of just dying at level 2 or level 1. In this case, where
it can be a big deal against Rydex and the like.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, looks like Caven's been doing stellar work clearing Justin's board here.
Clearly has the advantage over Justin right now.
As we saw, like last turn was the first damage dealt to either player, and everything's just been going at allies, which makes a lot of sense because you really have to control that board.
Very important aspect to like the water matches. Most of the water allies are pretty sticky. They have like a definitely a larger health stat line than most of the other regular allies compared to like wind or something, right? Except for
once you get up to that 4 point, it's almost impossible. It feels impossible.
Yeah, 4 is a nice little break point for allies that are going to stick around at least longer than a turn. Let's see what comes down for Justin.
So Justin's playing the seeking shots in order to sort of gain some advantage in the mirror as well. It seems, yeah. So that's going.
Nice tech option to get rid of those. A lot of these allies are human, and uh, going one for one, it's not too bad when it just trades very efficiently into a lot of these human allies that we see here. I think we've got 2 Frostborn Paladins on board.
Yeah.
Weaponsmith. I think they're both still sitting at their spirits right now. I think
Yeah, so
Caven has a
Caven's got a
cool altered
little
spirit.
altered spirit.
That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Kind of reminds me of reincarnated as a slime a little bit, maybe.
little Rimuru action. Yeah. Let's see. Take a little peek at Justin's hands. He's just going over the options right now. I think it's a little clunky. He's got 2 Guilduses in hand.
Oh,
And then I think I'm spotting an Ascension on the... Oh, no, he doesn't have a level 3. He's... What is that? Inspiring Call on the far left over there?
that's right.
His
But
options
that's
are a
gonna
bit
be-
awkward here.
That's
for sure.
not going to be a useful card for getting him out of this situation with no allies on board.
Exactly, yeah. Let's see. See what he chooses to do. Yeah, kind of forced to just play the Guildus. He doesn't have too many options in hand. Doesn't have the balance active.
Yeah, there's almost no way to get balanced at this point for him unless he can stick.
Going in
Guildus.
for the damage. Yeah, Justin being kind of just forced to play stuff out. Caven is definitely sitting happy with his Frostborn Paladins and plenty of cards to still work with. Let's see if he chooses to level up here. Yeah,
like
I think that's what he's doing.
Interesting. So potentially losing the value of Scepter but maybe he just doesn't need it for this matchup. He's in a commanding position. Doesn't need that 4 extra damage.
Ornamental Greatsword coming down. He's buffing. It's one of the Frostborn Paladins, makes sense. And then that Weaponsmith will also keep adding more value to the the weapon that he just got now.
Ornamental Greatsword gaining an endurance by a durability counter. So that's going to be sticking around for a long time, as long as that Weaponsmith's in play. Looks like a Savage Slash coming out. And it's just such a clean answer to that Guildus.
Let's see. Not much. He does have a deflecting edge in hand, opting to. Yeah,
but does not really do much apart from delaying some inevitability there.
Yeah, in my case, I think I would have kept the card in hand and just taken the rest of the damage to face. At this point, you kind of just hoping to catch up in resources. And yeah, look, Caven's now has the Scepter of Luna active, and using that ability to activate it outside of the materialized stuff due to it being the water mirror.
Such a powerful effect because next turn, Caven can just level up, and he's essentially putting Justin on a 2-turn clock here.
Exactly. A little bit of clunkiness, unfortunately, from Justin's hand, so he's going to have to, try to figure out a way to maneuver back into this this match right now. I think he's opting to go to the level 1 here, and let's see. He does have the Sword of Seeking. I think most players are playing the Sword of Seeking in their decks now, so probably likely what he'll be grabbing here. Let's see anything big from his banishes. Oh, well, Caven put that in his... I'm confused. Is that the graveyard on bottom, or is that the... Oh, yeah.
Banishes on the bottom.
I think it's actually... Justin is playing with the graveyard on top of the deck. So a bit of confusion for just a second, but it's all good. Savage Slash coming from Justin.
Trying to clear one of the paladins. And if Caven has a Song of Frost here, that would be pretty brutal. But it doesn't really look like...
Just doing the math on some of the damage, seeing if it's worth maybe keeping Frost Paladin alive if he has a way.
Alright. I didn't see a Song of Frost, so he was just trying to figure out how much he can do next turn without it.
Yeah. We do know that based on Caven's list here that he is playing the Song of Frost in his deck. I think Justin is opting to do the same, maybe use that to get the Scepter out, but maybe he's not. I think I saw him pick up his material deck, but he might have changed his mind. Passing the turn back to Caven. Let's see what he does for his materialized stuff here. He's got quite a few options. Like, the board is wide open for him to, choose whatever route he'd like.
If he decides to level up here, he's going to get +2 attack on his next attack with Lorraine, and also the Scepter trigger for 4 more damage. So that by itself is just 7 damage, and then 3 more on board. He just needs to find a little bit more.
He's opting to get another weapon. I think that makes sense. And in my perspective, I think that would probably be the right play instead of opting for the level 2. He drew a dungeon guide. I mean, so now he has his level 3 options available once he gets to level 2.
Yeah, if all else fails, if he can get Justin down to 8 damage remaining until he's dead, then that's just an easy win there. Oh, there is a Song of Frost in hand there for Caben. Maybe he did opt to not play it last turn.
Yeah, I think he wasn't too concerned about losing the Paladin very much. I think just to keep the resources in his hand and continue to apply pressure back when it gets onto his turn. He also has the Scepter already active, whereas Justin does not. So quite in control of this game here. Trying to take a peek at what else is in his hand right now. I think Caven is not playing Lunette, I believe. Taking a look at their list.
That must be a Frostbind.
Yeah.
Frostbind, Dungeon Guide, and Song of Frost.
Yeah. Just I think he's holding up exactly enough to activate the Frostbind. Leveling up to level 2.
This must be what the timing that Caven was waiting for with that Song of Frost. He's going to prevent Lorraine's attack, and which will stop her from drawing a card on kill, which is absolutely huge.
Yep, here we go. Song of Frost, stopping the attack from Lorraine Blademaster. Justin spent a lot of resources to just get to that level 2 point, and
and Justin just scoops it up.
Yep. All right.
Even at the extra health with the level 2 Lorraine, that's not going to be enough to get out.
I think Justin played that the best that he could, but sometimes they just have it all. Now, Caven and Justin moving on to game 2. They're currently going over their sideboard options, and we should be getting started here once they're done.
So, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's really interesting to see maybe what they may opt to bring in for the sideboard here, taking a look at some of the options available to them. One card that's always I've seen played a lot looks like there's not too much on Justin's side. He has the Poison Coating Oil, Scavenging Raccoon actually on Justin's sideboard list. So I think we can maybe expect those to probably come in. I think controlling the floating memory is a key aspect into these matchups. I think the players are
potentially.
And then on Caden's side, there's actually not too much.
We've got a whole lot of material cards.
Yeah.
Tariff Ring is going to definitely be coming in for both. Actually, is there a Tariff Ring in Justin's deck? Doesn't look like it. Oh, it's in the main deck.
Yeah, it's in the main deck.
So both players will be trying to use that.
It's going to be interesting to see. I definitely feel like Justin is going to opt to put in those Scavenging Raccoons. Let's see if he opts to either goes first or second here.
Smoke Bombs could be a good option from Caben's side of the board. Even a Chalice of Blood, potentially with his larger life total, he can survive at 20 and then surprise Chalice of Blood.
Yeah, that's true. I think there's a lot. I think they're both opting to play the baubles, like the Fire Resonance Bauble. Actually, Caven is listed a little bit different, so we'll see. I think maybe the Nullifying Lanterns probably come out.
Definitely.
The extra baubles are probably coming out, and then I think Justin is actually interesting because he's probably going to have more options for the main deck. It just dependent on who's going first or second here. I think if Caven tries to set up, if goes first, tries to set up some floating memory in graveyard, he may be met with a hungry little raccoon that eats his floating memory.
When you can hit that 2 floating memory with raccoon, it's
quite
just
devastating.
So good.
Yeah.
I don't think that would happen in this matchup necessarily.
There's not too many
that much option to hit.
Well, we'll see here. The players are shuffling it up, presenting the decks. Cuts come out, and all right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with game two here. So, what do you think here? What's more important, going first or second for
It's
this
pretty
matchup?
tempting to go second to get the first attack out. But it looks like Justin has opted to go first.
Yeah,
I mean, your ideal play turn one is like a lurking, the 2/3 with stealth when
exactly.
untapped.
Mhm.
Um,
Considering Justin's list, I thought he would have opted to actually go second here, but um, going first, he has access to basically the first cycle of materialization phases for the game, which is taking that away from Caben, which opting. Oh, he has the
he
Lunette
has the
start.
Lunette.
Um,
That is quite a nice
that
start.
is
That is
quite
a
a
good
nice
reason
start.
to go first.
Yeah, it's a good reason to go first. I completely forgot about that. Seems that he's playing. Yeah,
So now
opting.
with Lunette in play, all of Caben's allies will enter rested, which means no
Definitely makes things a
a
little bit
much
more
more
awkward.
hindered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he does have the attack cards, and there's nothing to protect the Lunette right now. So um, no Star Wars Sheer Mates or anything. I don't believe he's playing anything like that on Justin's side. But we'll see how Caben chooses to answer this. There's not too many efficient answers to deal with the Lunette.
Just so long as Justin can keep it balanced, it's pretty hard to clear a 4 health ally like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Caben's just opting to sort of have a very weak turn one, maybe holding back
Mm-hmm.
some cards so he doesn't just get cleared immediately.
Yep. Let's see how long Justin is able to manage to keep that balance going. The Grand Crusaders ring should help a little bit if he ever gets if things get a little off. But we'll see how he opts to play the turn here. Um, didn't get a glimpse at his hand this time, unless you were able to catch anything that I might have
I've not,
not
I've
spotted.
not managed to see much.
Get a little peek. Guild is coming
All right,
down.
that's
All right,
pretty strong
another.
follow up.
Now this is working out in Justin's favor. Actually, now he's making use of those both of these unique allies to uh, gain so much advantage with that balance.
Yeah,
And
and Caven's got a lot of tricks here.
yeah,
Song of
Song of
Frost,
Frost,
Frostbind,
Frostbind. Yeah.
Gildas and a Savage Slash. So is he actually going to save his Trapper with that
Yeah.
Song of Frost?
I think he's opting to. Yeah, I think Caven probably realizes the importance of maybe trying to push and get rid of that Lunette as soon as possible. If he's able to keep, um, if Justin's able to keep balance for the first few turn cycles of this game, he's going to be in a very good position to just
Oh,
win the
and
match
the
straight up. And the
Frostbind from
Frostbind comes
Justin to
down.
negate the Song of Frost.
Well,
I
this will
mean,
be
this
okay because it actually turns off the balance. So Justin draws here with Grand Crusader's ring, but now Gildas is only hitting for one, and then Lunette is very vulnerable at this point. So this actually works out
wait.
in Caven's favor.
So wait, what happened there? Did the oh yeah
Yeah,
yeah?
yeah,
So
he
Gildas
lost
lost the
balance.
balance.
Yeah, so the
Ah, hold
Frostbind
on.
was a little too.
That was probably not worth it,
Yeah,
eh? Because really, the balance is
yeah.
the
Oh,
key
yeah.
to this
Justin's looking a
match.
little frustrated there. Definitely kicking himself in the pants for that one. That was a bit of a mistake. Now Caven's in a much better position. We'll be able to clear the Lunette, probably clear the Gildas as well. Yeah, immediately kills the Lunette. That's coming off the board. Unalive, I should
First
say.
things first.
Now the options are back open to Caven. Probably going to let's see, doing some quick maths. I think
I think he might be playing.
his own Gildas. Yeah, there we go. He has the fancy one. I always forget.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah, and he has the balance active. So this game has quickly switched in terms of like who controls the
Who's in
favor now.
command? That Frostbind turn is just. It just goes to show how tight mistakes can really sway things.
Yep. I do recognize Caven as one of those players to quickly capitalize on mistakes like that. But Let's see what Justin does. He has still plenty of options available to him. The plays from Caveman were still a little bit awkward, and his Gildas is open to retaliation at this point. There's nothing too much to protect. Caveman also has used his Song of Frost, so there's not much he can do to protect his Gildas now. Um, we'll see.
But even with all that, I don't know if Justin's going to be able to clear the Gildas, especially with the amount of cards he has.
He plays the Seeking Shots, so there's a potential that he could be able to still clear it.
True, he does not have it in hand, it looks like, though.
Unfortunate. So. We do see a Steamed Knight, Deflecting Edge.
Two Deflecting Edge.
Yeah. A bit more defensive of a hand with that start than he may have liked. Is that his own Song of Frost that I'm seeing as well?
Second Frostbind.
Second Frostbind.
And Fracturize, not the most ideal card in the moment. Like I say, I think this is going to be very awkward to clear this.
Yep. With that hand, it's definitely going to be quite a struggle. I'd imagine he's Savage Slash into the Gildas. I think he's just going to have to play out his Esteemed Knight and hope that that's enough. I think, is that a Trapper on his far left?
Looks like it. Yeah, there's a Trapper in hand.
Maybe he opts to develop that now and try to finish off the Gildas. Yeah. So gets the prep counter, getting rid of the Gildas, but I think Caveman's got quite a good amount of value out of his Gildas. So we'll see how the Viridian Protection Trinket is on the board now.
Yeah, so just trying to get a bit of insurance against some Frostbinds, because Justin knew that if anything gets negated here, he's going to just fall way further behind.
Yep. Another Gildas coming down. I think that is what Caven drew this turn. I don't know if he had two.
I didn't see it last turn,
so
that is pretty lucky.
Pretty brutal here. Luck is favoring Caven there in that moment, getting that Gildas back after Justin spent quite a bit of resources to get rid of it. He doesn't even have that access to his Savage Slash's floating memory since his class bonus locked. We'll see what he opts to do here. I think he may just choose to go level 1 just to develop something, but it's a bit rough. With no allies on board, he doesn't have any way to push with Ornamental Greatsword.
I feel like he would need to level up and then start.
Yeah.
Potentially hope to find another Savage Slash would be a good draw here.
Yeah. He's definitely got to, hope his deck gives him something. He's losing a Frostbind out of that level up. Having to commit his whole hand, I'm pretty sure he might have wanted to keep that. Sword of Seeking comes down off the Lorraine effect.
At this point, when you're behind, Frostbind actually ends up becoming a lot worse because you just can't play stuff to catch back up on board and hold up Frostbind. It's just a lot of resources.
I think he drew in a second Esteemed Knight per turn. I don't think that's what he wanted to see, but Esteemed Knight probably is going to come down and it's probably going to be just the clear here is a little bit awkward. Caven opting to draw with Grand Crusader's Ring, and he has the Bauble as well.
The sneaky. Actually, I do have enough to pay for Frostbind. Thank you.
Very sneaky. Actually, almost missed that. I didn't even realize he had the Bauble under there as well.
I mean, they were there next to each other. Most players just immediately crack the baubles in the rings.
But he definitely held that one up to sort of a gotcha moment here, and things are looking pretty grim for Justin. It's quite a bit gap in card advantage right now. Caveman opting to level up. He's going to be able to get the Ornamental Greatsword, push for damage, have that sword active. He may even actually opt to get Sword of Seeking. I think I saw he had a Weaponsmith in hand. Yeah, okay. Grabs the Sword of Seeking instead, and then probably going to try to just build up the value with the Weaponsmith. Maybe I need new glasses. Can't believe I missed that. That water resonance bubble.
Oh, that's alright. It's hard to see when you go, how many cards in your hand? Caven's like, 3, and then actually never mind, it's 5. And now with 3 allies on board, we're back to kind of a bit of a
Yeah.
slower repeat of round of game one. We're having Caven with commanding board state and starting to smack face now.
Absolutely. Opting to go second here, Caven had that extra card to work with, had a little bit more resources, and was able to play a lot more reactive, which I think is what he wanted. But that super strong start from Justin with his, balanced allies coming down on board like that, just the unfortunate misplay of the Frostbind interaction, essentially making
Yeah,
him lose all uh, the
lose the
balance there is
balance.
rough. Unless, oh, I think, you know, Justin's gonna have to try to find to draw something stellar here, leveling up into Rain level 2. He is able to use one of the Savage Slashes if he chooses to? Oh, opting to lose both of the cards in his hand instead. Interesting, even though he has the Savage Slash ability. Maybe he'll get the Scepter Illumina during his turn. Um, draw for turn looks like just looking for the best attack option right now. Caven is fully out of cards to react on this turn. Swings into the Gildus, but the Trapper gets used. Yep. I think that is all she wrote. Caven takes it 2-0. Unfortunately, that means Justin will be X1 for this round, but I think that's all we have for this match. Players wrapping it up here. Unfortunately, none of the sideboard options are going to come out for either player. It would have been really interesting seeing what they would like to opt to do in the mirror, but that's going to be it for this round.
Oh man, I walked away for like 2 seconds and the game's over.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Justin chose to level up, but Caven still had the Trapper available, and that was going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, I
He's
suppose
just
that's
way
all we
too
got.
far up for in terms of advantage here. Uh, but yeah, that's it for round 2. Should be back here for round 3 later.
Yep, so we still have quite a bit of time left in the round. We might be back later in between rounds. We're going to do a count of the metagame, and we'll bring you all sorts of spicy information like that very shortly.
Yep, sounds perfect.
So we'll be out, and we'll go do that, and we'll catch you back soon. Don't go anywhere. All right,
Oh,
and welcome back.
oh wow! I saw another person I know on the stream today.
Yeah,
Fun.
we
All right.
have some pretty prominent Australian players here
Yes, sir.
today.
Yeah. Michael and Aaron. Let's see. Pitting the Aussies against each other.
Yeah, well, it's not. I don't make the pairings. We just, but we know, you got to have it. They're
Both
presumably they know each other and they're out to give each other a bit of a
getting the
harder
rolls
time.
for game one. It looks like Michael here wins the die roll with an 11. We don't have deck list quite yet, but I think I have a good idea of probably what I think they're playing.
I saw a sneaky peek of
Yeah.
Michael's deck. We got
Yeah.
some Majestic Spirit in
Yeah,
there.
we're gaming with some fire. Oh, wind coming out from Aaron. Let's see. All right. Oh, Aaron is. Wait, Michael just passed.
Yeah, he's going to Creative Shock, it looks like. In
Yeah, gotcha. Yep, that's it. Yep, creative
So
shock on
you
a far
always
right of his hand.
do your fast spells at the last possible minute because you never know what might change your decision making.
Wind Rider Vanguard coming down. I think maybe Aaron is probably just on like straight up Wind Allies, a list that we saw win the Houston Ascent. Has kind of fallen out of popularity, as the meta has gone on from there. But it's still a very
very
strong.
potent, and one of the benefits of it is it has quite a good water allies matchup. So that could be what he was potentially targeting with his deck choice.
Let's see. Yeah, Michael did that creative shock, discarding the Honorable Vanguard, getting that free level up to Lorraine level 1, using the Honorable Vanguard as material for the that floating memory ability. Let's see what he opts. He has Cremation Ritual in hand. Hand is looking pretty good from what I kind of saw. He's playing a much more reactive game here. I think he's just passed a turn back to Aaron. Aaron thinking if there's anything in the end step that he wants to do, but
just a classic
it's a
beat down versus control sort of situation happening.
Yep. We'll see what Aaron banishes here. Oh, losing the dungeon guide. Probably not something that he would want. Depending on, let's take a little peek at his list here. He is playing a few
Crux
Few
cards.
Crux
So he's
cards,
got the 4 Ghost of Pendragon. I mean, very strong reason to play Crux.
We're seeing like as the shift of the meta has the taken, everyone's kind of going back to playing the level 3s, opting out not to play just level 2s anymore. Except for last match, we're just looking at
it was
strictly water.
Yeah, I keep getting thrown off by all these decks that have level 3 Lorraine in them, but aren't actually main planning of going up to that level 3. So it's
I guess the
kind of weird.
The power of Ghost of Pendragon is still very real, and I think that Michael is playing the Incarnate Majesty in his deck. So we'll see if that hits the board this turn, or so not this turn, this game. Sorry.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Yeah, imagine that.
Just
Taking quite a bit of
12
damage
cards.
though. Aaron is definitely laying on the pressure. Wind Rider Vanguard getting a lot of value and being, it has that vigor keyword and is able to wake itself up at the end step and really get, really hard to trade into because that ally will take out whatever you're usually swinging in with and fire. Here comes down the Merlin.
Okay. So I may have gotten a bit mixed up there. That I thought it was a Lorraine deck, but it's a hybrid deck. I see.
Oh,
so he's opted to go for the Merlin line this game. He is main decking both Lorraine and Merlin.
Interesting choice coming out from Michael. I think it does open up a lot. Like it's very situational. Like your deck can go both ways. So you're opting out to not play the baubles, the elemental baubles instead.
Yeah, so he does have the Flame Sweep main as well, so I suppose the level 2 Lorraine line into level 3 Lorraine is so that if you want to do a Flame Sweep with the draw triggers, you can then have a level 3 to go into, and that's something that I've well, I've been playtesting a lot with my local players, and that is something we have been testing a lot as well, and it is quite effective, especially against these wind ally decks. But it looks like Michael's deciding he doesn't need to be sweeping as early as that this game, so he's going to be sweeping potentially once he gets to level 3 and getting that bonus off of Merlin.
Exactly, yeah. And then, let's see. Aaron's board is still looking very strong. Let's see if he can get maintain the balance and keep that Gildas active, putting the pressure on. I think that's a, you know, very, very dangerous ally when it just has that 4 attack all the time.
Yeah,
You know.
and that Grand Crusaders ring is definitely going to help with that balancing.
Mhm. Let's see.
I haven't been able to see much.
See what Aaron opts to do here this turn. So far, placing.
Predictably, play another 3 cost card. Oh, that's a good 3 cost
that's
card.
a pretty good one. The Failing's Captain coming down from Aaron, making
That's a
that board just
5.
and with the balance active, it's
5
wow,
damage
there's
Gildas.
a lot of damage coming in. And Michael's actually, I believe he's fully reserved all his cards. He doesn't really have uh, too much. Oh no, actually
He has
I'm
some
a big
cards on
liar.
hand off the side there,
Yeah. There we go.
but
Maybe
surely he won't have. Oh, he has the
The
Resolute.
Resolute
there.
stand.
Playing
So,
it for free because level 2 bonus.
preventing some of that damage. He is going to have to skip his next draw though, so we'll see how that. Um,
Whether that impedes him or not.
Yeah. Well, being alive is the very first, most important step
Yeah.
to winning the game. We'll see what Michael opts to do. I didn't really catch too much of the rest of his hand. I'm not sure how many cards he has left in hand right now.
He has 2 left, obviously, because otherwise he would have played the Resolute
just to
with
play
the
it.
actual cost.
You're right.
But that's potentially enough to go to level 3 now, and then get that extra draw anyway off of Merlin's trigger when they get to even level counters.
Crux being banished.
Looks like that's what's happening here.
Oh,
Yeah, banishing 3 cards to level up, but gaining 1 back from Merlin's trigger is not. Well, banishing the Flame Sweep was pretty brutal, though.
Yeah, that was a good hit from Aaron. I'm sure Michael would like to have kept that, but considering that he put it down to reserve instead of something else, maybe there's something much more important in his hand right now, or maybe he already has another copy. So
He might have one. I can see a couple of Incarnate Majesties. There's no Flame Sweep.
Two Incarnate Majesties in hand. Yeah, but
He lost that critical Flame Sweep when he really didn't want to.
yeah, I think maybe that was a misplay on Michael's part to place that down. But let's see. He may be able to come back from this still. The Incarnate Majesty is a very powerful card. He swung onto something with Sort of Seeking here. Aaron popping the Grand Crusaders ring to draw. Not quite sure what he may be looking for. Taking a look at his deck list, he does have a lot of little combat
he could
tricks.
Zephyr or reclaim whatever's being attacked. Or displace. Yeah, he's got all the tricks that Wind having a lot of ways to save its allies.
We haven't seen the the most prominent cards coming out yet that I saw at Ascent Houston, like the Ascent Protector, the Dream Fairies. Favorable Ruins coming down. I
believe he has a Dream Fairy in hand, so if Michael is planning on saving himself with an Incarnate Majesty, that will probably backfire because Dream Fairy just absolutely wrecks.
Oh, Ghost of Pendragon coming down. I guess that was a correct card I did not see in his hand. But, okay. That's definitely going to help Michael catch back up in resources. But, Aaron's board is still looking very strong here.
So since the favorable wins, his board is much harder to get rid of. Gildas surviving with 1 health remaining. That's getting finished off by the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah. But I think Aaron's happy to see that. I mean, that favorable wins makes things really awkward to trade into. But we'll see. The Ghost of Pendragon is still a very strong card. Michael, plenty of cards left in hand, has probably a few options at least. He may have already passed the turn, though. I think Aaron is looking at his material deck right now.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Yeah.
I suppose he'd want to potentially find some more cards I wouldn't say leveling up right now is ideal.
Yeah, it's probably unnecessary. Also, since considering that Michael just has the one Pendragon on board, yeah, he's grabbing the drum bay just to cycle a card. Well,
It's draw a card because you use floating memory,
yeah,
so
he used the
plus one.
favorable winds, right?
Now Michael does have some tricks. I spied a fireball in his hand, so whatever Aaron tries to do, he might be met with his ally getting destroyed by a fireball.
Yeah. Fire Lorraine definitely does struggle a little bit against when the Wind Lorraine is able to establish itself, and in this case right now, Aaron is well established as Phalanx Captain on board, Wind Rider Vanguard on board. Um, healthy amount of cards in hand still, and just things are quite looking to be in his favor. Looking at his deck list, he's actually playing Song of Nurturing as well, and quite a few more unique options than I saw from Ascent Houston. It's been a little bit of time since I was able to take a look at these lists, but
Yeah,
let's
definitely
see.
showing the evolution of a few
Mhm.
months can create with the game, and of
Yeah.
course a lot of new cards entering the meta.
Oh yeah. So Dungeon Guy coming down. Is he? Yeah, he's opting to use the using the effect. Dream Fairy and a
Ooh.
Reclaim being lost on Aaron's side, going into the Lorraine Blade Master. That's art I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah,
That's a good one to see. Let's see.
nice
Michael still
Kickstarter.
has a lot of cards in hand, so I don't know if choosing to go to the level 2 here was an option. But Dungeon Guide is a human; is getting that bonus from honorable the Phalanx Captain, not honorable Vanguard. Sorry, the Fireball coming down. Yeah,
All right, so Aaron's like, I'm gonna hit your ghost with my captain, and then I'm gonna hit you with my Lorraine to get the draw on there. Michael's like, not so fast. I'm actually fireballing your Phalanx captain before it hits. So
yeah,
that will really throw a spanner in the works for Aaron because he gets no more
yeah.
buff to his team.
Maybe different lines of thought. I think I would have opted to not use the Dungeon Guide and just try to go wide in a different way. As knowing that Michael has so many cards up in hand, there's definitely some sort of reaction that he was going to have on Aaron's turn here.
Yeah,
Let's see
any
how Aaron
number of things.
responds. Let's see, he's still got plenty of cards left in hand, so let's see what happens.
Oh, Zephyr. Not the worst.
Yeah,
Get to
not
save that captain for
yeah.
later.
The displays here would have been a little
Oh, that would have been
more
so
brutal.
much better.
Yeah, but the Zephyr Fireball still accomplishing its goal at least for the turn, but it's that Phalanx Captain is going to be coming back. That Michael is safe from a bit more damage this turn. Phalanx Captain coming back in. Yeah. Let's see how what Michael chooses to do.
Michael just wants this game to go as long as possible, or maybe not. Oh, with Crystal of Empowerment, I think we know what he's trying to do this turn.
Yeah.
Give himself that 2+ level to discount on his Incarnate
Yeah. He may
Majesty.
feel a little safer seeing that the Dream Fairy went into
Yeah.
banish off of the dungeon guide there. That's quite a piece of useful information, but knowing these Wind Lorraine lists, Michael probably knows that there's a chance that there's just multiple Dream Fairies. If he has
Yeah.
it, he has it. Right?
And a Zephyr's gone as well. Like,
Yeah.
the chances are that
Sudden Steel being
Incarnate
played
Majesty
here.
is going to be pretty safe here, hopefully. And that captain is finally gone, but sends a
Yeah.
little bit of retaliation damage in.
Yeah, but he's at this point he's able to cast that for free, essentially due to the efficiency, and then Incarnate Majesty coming down. Um, and let's see how this fares against the Wind Lorraine board here.
Yeah, so Incarnate finishing off the Wind Rider, and Vigor untaps end of turn. So now it really just banks on whether Aaron has the card that deals with this. There are plenty in there.
Fire Bubble being used. I think it's shocking to me that he put down the Dream Fairy for that Dungeon Guide play. I thought that would be something that he might have kept, but I guess
Yeah, well, you never know. Like,
yeah,
you
he
can't
could just be
predict.
playing a Rending Flames version, having a very slow game. But yeah,
The issue is mainly that with Aaron's deck, when you get rid of the spirit, it's never gone for very long. So
Yeah.
you need to really capitalize on that with a lot of damage to face. But at the moment, he's only got 1 or 2 attack damage on board, so that's not going to help.
yep. The ability to do non-attack damage from in the Fire Lorraine deck too. I guess it makes the Dream Fairy play a little less safe,
That's true.
considering that there's not too many ways if you're not playing those. But looking at Michael's list here, it's very possible. Like he draws his Sparklights. He's got Critter Shop active. Um,
All right,
Plenty of
well,
fireballs to work with as well. So
getting
we'll
a good
see.
look at the hand. Oh, the memory, Dungeon Guide, a. Oh yeah,
Yep,
here
Dream
we
Fairy
go.
coming down. So it looks like uh, Aaron felt pretty safe going for that dungeon guy with the other Dream Fairy being gone. Or maybe
Yeah.
he drew it. Who knows?
You could
But
have. That would have been a nice top deck. But yeah, so Dream Fairy, because Majestic Spirit cannot go into any other zone than the material deck. It instead of going into memory, it goes into material. Essentially,
yeah,
is that how it, is that
exactly.
how it works?
Yep, exactly. That's how that works. I think.
So
But I believe we saw that he had another Incarnate Majesty. Michael has another Incarnate Majesty, but
yeah, he does indeed. It's right there.
Yeah.
If he wants to, he can just
it would
lay
be
down his entire hand to play that.
yeah, it would be a big commitment considering he has he already used Crystal Empowerment, so the
It would
the
cost
floor here is a
5,
lot higher. Yeah.
which I believe he has the resources for. But as I say, you're supposed to use the lingo tapping out. You're saying, "Here's what I got." Yep, that's what he's
Yeah.
opting for. Yep. So, can you deal with this a second time?
This version of Lorraine is still very possible. See Dungeon Guy get taken out, and then yeah, that's gonna be it for Michael's turn. But from Aaron here, this is not too bad depending on what the rest of his hand is looking like. I think he's still looking pretty healthy in terms of um, total amount of influence he has available to work with. The Tithe Terrafring coming down, making the next turn of Michael's a little bit more awkward if he's unable to get rid of that Incarnate Majesty. Um, you know, as the game progresses, this sort of swings towards Michael's favor, but we'll see just a few good draws. And since Aaron is also playing a Crux package, he has the ability to also kind of catch back up in resources as well. Um,
Alright, so losing a Banner Knight and a Wind Rider Vanguard to
Yep.
that Dungeon Guide.
we'll see Spirit Rule come down.
Classic Drawn Blade
Drawn
to
Blade
draw a
coming
card,
out.
coming out of the banishment. So I did see there was a Knight of Pendragon, or Ghost of Pendragon, sorry, in
Mhm.
hand previously, so I guess that's why I wanted to level up to get the value off of that.
Yep.
Choosing to put
Put back
back
the
the Sword of Seeking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so much value to put a Drawn Blade back into your material deck with Ghosts. So I mean, I'd be pretty tempted to go with that one, but potentially just wants to keep the card with the more durability on it.
Yeah. At least coming from the fire deck, there's not a lot of stealth that he has to even worry about. So, but let's see. Got a little peek. There's.
I think I
three
saw a
cards.
captain in there. So Michael's just diligently keeping this board clear. I believe that was towards the Ghost of Pendragon, this attack. And Zephyr, oh, so much value.
Yeah. Zephyring the Pendragon to draw.
Michael's responding, but did not find a way to interrupt that stack. So
Yeah.
Aaron going to be able to get some pretty good value off of that Knight coming back in, or Ghost, sorry.
Michael does have access to a hasty messenger to begin looting and hopefully dig for more cards here. That dungeon guide that we can see in his hand is a bit of a dead card at this moment. He's already gotten already unfortunately had to pay all 3 for the level up into Kingslayer. Yeah, looks like he's just gonna dig. Discarding Honorable Vanguard, more fully memory in the graveyard.
Strong.
Unfortunately he drew another Honorable Vanguard, which is not what he wants to see in this situation. I think he's looking for more reactionary stuff.
Get some of them fireballs just to send the finishing blow at Lorraine here as well.
But the Incarnate Majesty is still on the field and still very active, and an ally that Aaron will have to figure out a way to deal with. It's not without any of those like bounce effects. There's not going to be a way for him to really clear clear that too easily.
Alright.
Let's see
So
here.
Aaron's drawn a whole bunch of cards, and he's really got to make a good decision here with this Materialize. I feel like this is a crucial turn if he can start dealing with this Spirit.
Mm-hmm. We're
That's
starting to
step one.
see, if Aaron's able to keep these, keep the Ghost Dragon, post Ghost of Pendragon online, he will be able to catch up in the resource game. Nullifying Lantern coming down from Aaron here, but I think it's
Okay, well, could be fearing a Fiery Momentum or Rending Flames potentially, but I don't believe those are in Michael's list.
yeah. I think it's a pretty safe option from both. Like in this case, you're playing against a fire deck. You want to see your lantern eventually. It does make things a little bit more awkward for them sometimes. Um, in this case, it's not really going to do too much. I think maybe not knowing like what exactly Michael's list looks like, he could have
Yeah.
opted to play the Life Essence Amulet in case the Pendragon died, but it also could have died on uh, on his turn.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Right, so he might be. I saw a captain before. He might be deploying it. Oh no, paying a bit extra. Oh,
Oof, another bounce effect, coming into play with the Ace and Protector. We know Michael actually doesn't have any um, responses here, but maybe bluffing that he could have had something and let it go. Um, Unfortunately, we knew he wasn't able to draw
yeah.
anything off that hasty messenger.
Okay.
Pendragon coming back down.
So just doing sort of avarice things without sort of avarice, I suppose.
Whoa. That card's banned, brother.
It's not.
Just kidding.
Next best thing.
Ghost of Pendragon actually holds the Sword of Avarice. He
I
doesn't.
never noticed that.
He doesn't. I'm just kidding with you.
Oh, that would have been pretty sick. Though, if that was the.
He's definitely still very strong, but it's a little much harder to just keep around unlike the Sword of Avarice, which was a bit easier. Michael does get a fast cure in, getting some health back, which is nice.
Yeah. Well.
But kind of doesn't have any need for this floating memory in graveyard, to be honest.
Yeah, Aaron kindly drawing a lot of cards so that Michael can gain some life.
Yeah.
Good exchange.
Crookside, okay. Just able to dig another card this turn. I think we knew he drew that recently, at least. Sparkle Light in hand has some options that he's opting to kill the Pendragon, I believe. He wants that thing gone.
You kind of need it. It's not going to happen, it looks like. Another Zephyr. So much value.
Just outside the range of the Sparkle Light that Michael just drew, but we'll see what he chooses to do with the rest of his turn here. I think that the hand is a little bit awkward. He's seeing those dungeon guides more than probably he wants to. Check in the graveyard, see if there's anything that he can make happen. In this case, in his material deck, there's not too much left. He's kind of gone through most of the things that he wants to see in this matchup. Opting to play those alternate forms of champions does take up more slots in your material deck.
Aaron just reminding everyone about why Wind Lorraine was such a menace back in the Dawn of Ashes days. Just never died. Nothing ever died.
Yeah.
Can't figure out how to kill these things.
When you get a lot of those combat tricks up online and you're able to catch up in resources with, the Pendragon here, it's definitely it looks like a very strong and consistent strategy. Like it's doing its job. It's doing its job. But Majestic Spirit still left unanswered. Not much that Aaron can do until he finds at least his other 2 copies of Dream Fairy. Doesn't look like he's playing any other sort of bounce effects in the main deck here. Looks like there's...
Well, I'd consider him very unlucky if he hasn't drawn a Dream Fairy by now. There's 2 left in his deck that he hasn't played or banished.
Quite an intense game 1 here.
Yeah. It's already been 20 minutes so far, and we are only on game 1.
Yeah. See how much work that Majestic Spirit has put in, though. It's just like, even though Aaron's able to been able to build back up his resources, it's still left unanswered. This thing is a menace. It's something that eventually
Really is.
Aaron will not be able to get through this great wall.
And with one more Incarnate Majesty and multiple Crux sites left in Michael's deck, like who knows if he even deals with this one if it comes back again.
I believe the Lantern turns off his Crux site, though.
That's true. That must be. Of course.
Yeah, it doesn't look like.
So that's why he just played it.
Yeah. Michael is not playing any main deck out to the Lantern. I guess considering his list, he doesn't really care too much about it in the first place, but in the instance of with the game going down that long, he will need those.
Oh, double Knight of Pendragon in hand. Once you start getting that many, you're not really getting the draw off of them all at this point. But
yeah, I think Aaron's pretty happy about his position and like knowing that Michael hasn't seen any. Michael's also playing 4 Pendragons. We saw one come down earlier, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And now, but he doesn't have the way to kind of cycle it like when does he can displace it, Zephyr it, making use of those, suppressed spells. Yeah, it looks like really Michael is not really drawing any of the cards that he kind of wants to see here.
Making any headway really.
Yeah.
But I suppose Michael still has the out of I could just triple fireball you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's one important thing to note that Michael's slowly building up those level counters, and just eventually this will turn into I will, hit you with a meteor here.
I mean, currently he's level 10, so
yeah. He saw that sudden still
the
just
stuff
being
that
played
Ride
for
players
free.
dream of.
Yeah.
Eventually, this game will end in a fireball being thrown at Aaron.
Yeah, but we still got quite a bit of damage to catch up on. I think both players are sitting at level 3.
It is quite the stalemate at the moment, though.
Oh, yep, here he goes. The Song of Nurturing. Yeah, I guess the hands are both. Oh, here we go. Hasty Messenger, digging for more. Maybe he's going to opt to keep the Swordsman and then get rid of the Shield May doesn't do too much at this point in the game. It's just may soak up like one attack, but you're kind of needing to reach a little bit more. I think, did he just draw his 4th Dungeon Guide? That is very unfortunate. I think that is. Yeah.
Some Dungeon Guides in there, yep.
That's quite unfortunate. That is definitely not what Michael wants to see. If I was in his shoes, I would not be happy about seeing all of those, but when you play 4, it does happen. It does happen.
It's a lot of squirrels in that hand.
A lot of squirrels, but no Dream Fairy. That's like the kind of the key piece that needs to get on the board at this point. Can't play the Pendragons because he doesn't have anything to bounce. He only has his one access to the material deck like once per turn. Ornamental Greatsword coming down.
All right, now that
I think he forgot to. Michael forgot to. There you go.
Okay, I was about to say maybe he's going to take advantage of the rested spirit somehow, but
yeah. I believe that it is mandatory, so it's not.
It's not something you can miss. So. And regardless, we don't want to see players losing to trigger mistakes.
Yeah, trigger mistakes. That's very unfortunate, but yeah, it is a mandatory effect. So no misplays happening here. Just the almost a little bit awkward. Almost. I was just like, that card should not be rested there. The Great Wall of Incarnate Majesty just holding down the fort until, Aaron's very limited even if he has his Ghost Pendragons in hand. He can only materialize 1 card per turn. Not playing Besiege, not playing Ascension, so he can't even get the extra swords out. So we'll see what he opts to do at this point. Maybe it's just in a bit of a stalemate situation.
It really is. There's a lot of 3/4s in play that aren't going to get through. I think I saw a Flame Sweep and a some more Pendragons.
That's a snap play. He just slams that down, trying to draw 2 more cards. Let's see what he gets.
Not what you want. Just some dorky allies that don't do much.
Yeah. It wouldn't do too bad for Michael here to start maybe trying to play some of those smaller allies to start getting like some sort of advantage. Like
Yeah.
he does need to catch up a little bit and apply the pressure. Um,
But he just has to keep attacking Ghost of Pendragon. It's just like this is
Yeah.
probably like the 20 millionth time this play's
Yeah.
been made this game.
yeah. This one's a bit better. Favorable wins is fine. Considering
can
Michael's
live with
hand,
that.
yeah, you can definitely deal with that. Unfortunately for Aaron, he wasn't able to find that Dream Fairy soon enough. We know he has 2 left, but yeah, the Raccoon coming down having a
Getting
little
that.
snack. He didn't get the full 2; he just got the 1. But eating 2 cards anyways. At this point, the floating memory doesn't matter too much there.
Yeah, not really, but it potentially could cause Aaron to banish a card where he didn't want to. Even now.
Yeah, he definitely could have cycled. I think he still has access to the drawn blade, if I remember correctly. He could just be cycling a card out of his hand like every turn now, and then hopefully drawing something good with Ghost of Pendragon.
So I think we're just responding to attacks here because Ghost should be dead to that Raccoon attack. I think Aaron needs to play another trick here.
Yeah, definitely a point of just like how can I manage my resources the best and get the most value out of my Ghost of Pendragon, because I need to find my Dream Fairy like ASAP. Otherwise, this game is going to be quite a struggle for Aaron. Song of Nurturing coming down. Ghost of Pendragon. Another attempt at getting rid of the other Ghost of Pendragon.
Nope.
These players have so.
He was attacking the Ascent Protector. Okay.
Yeah, to get back the Ghost of Pendragon. That makes sense. I think like you wouldn't. Aaron's trying to get the most value out of that. So.
Nothing ever dies. Crazy.
Oh, but he says I have a.
He has a response.
Fireball.
Oh.
I guess
Such a back and forth turn here. Crazy.
Yeah, interesting choice because all Michael needs to do is he has the advantage in terms of like applying just a straight amount of burst damage.
Yeah.
Like 2 fireballs on the same turn would just be over. It would be game over for Aaron at that point.
Yeah.
But I get it. He wants to manage and make sure that Ghost of Pendragon doesn't stick around. Denying access to that is definitely important for this. But since both players are playing 4 here, it's good odds that they might just have it all. So that's 2 fireballs.
That's 2 fireballs gone. Yeah, Michael I would say wasting about 12 damage to kill one ally.
Yeah, I think Aaron is definitely happy about seeing that, but in Michael's shoes, it's definitely a tough decision when you're playing blind into each other and not quite sure what each list will contain. So the use of the fireball there's still 2 left. You can apply the pressure. Choosing to play the slower game, a little bit dangerous, but we don't know if Michael actually has his last Incarnate Majesty in hand. I don't think he does.
I didn't see any yet, so he may not have drawn it. I think maybe Michael is just playing to the inevitability route where he could potentially just get to level 30 eventually, if he really wants to, and fireball.
Yeah.
But
Banner Knight coming down here. I'm not sure too much what the Banner Knight may do. I know Michael still has his Sparked Light in hand as well, so if it gets too out of hand, I think that Banner Knight's not going to last very long.
all right.
Oh,
he's making a move. Is he going to be able to deal 10 damage to the spirit?
I think he's banking on it only if the Banner Knight lives.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see. We know
he's going to need to play. He does have 2 ghosts in hand, I believe. So he'll just play them out and get value off one of them at least, and then that should be exact damage on the ghost, on the spirit.
Another Ghost of Pendragon coming down from Aaron. That's his 3rd one, I believe. That second one stayed around. That second one stayed around quite a while.
This is probably like the 10th on enter trigger from a Ghost of Pendragon in this game.
Ghost of Pendragon, the game. Definitely seeing the after effects of the ban list coming into play. The Ascension loops Ascension Avarice loops are no longer available for both of these players to access. So the resource grind game is definitely dependent more on these Ghost of Pendragons, which aren't quite as good, but still great.
No,
They're let's see what
they're a
Michael
lot
loves to play.
slower. Okay.
Oh yeah, just trying to build his board. Just trying to push for damage. I think that's probably the
Yeah.
best option that he has here. Currently looking at he might barely meet the amount of damage, but like I said, I think Michael is feeling very comfortable knowing that he has the Sparkle Light in hand. There's not much prevention that
Yeah,
Harry
1
can
point
do.
of damage.
How many favorable wins have we gone through? I think only 2, so there's potentially 1 more, but not. Oh, the
nice.
captain coming down 2 is yeah. Michael just knows he has to get rid of the Banner Knight.
He's just playing face up at this point. Like, I'm gonna get rid of that.
Yeah.
Alright, so does the math check out here? 4, 5, 6. Only 7 damage, and the spirit still has 8 health left. So
Yeah.
that Sparklight is doing a lot of work here. Aaron's been stonewalled again.
Yep. He's just waiting for that perfect moment when the math would just work out in his favor, and also the only other out was that if he had another favorable wins, giving him enough health to let the Banner Knight survive another turn. Lorraine increasing in level.
Another Drawn Blade. So many cards in hand from Michael now.
Yeah. But he still needs to draw the right cards, and
there's a lot of chaff in there, that's for sure.
Those dungeon guides clogging up his hand quite a bit. Really not what you want to see. He could still just play it as a 1/3 body, but they really don't do too much else right now at this point in the game. Probably gonna see the Hasty Messenger come down another. Oh, Ghost of Pendragon. He just keeps drawing these. I just keep missing him. But there's a sweep in Michael's hand as well. Not too much value here, considering that it's already this late at this point in the game. But every ally gotten rid of is all counts. Hasty Messenger coming down, attacking into the captain. It's a matter of just when
Michael's
we find.
Just laughing here. There's no interaction from Aaron coming now.
Yeah, this is a very.
And
Aaron scoops it up.
This side, man.
Unfortunately, he just he really needed to find that Dream Fairy sooner, because if he did, would have been in a much better position, and obviously that Incarnate Majesty can't come on back because he has to find that third copy of Incarnate Majesty. The Majestic Spirit is the card that's coming out off of that card. So really well played from both players. Unfortunate sequence of events from both sides, leading to a bit of a longer game 1, but sideboarding, getting ready for game 2.
It's just so rough spending 30, 40, 35 minutes trying to get through all these Majestic Spirits and then having to scoop it up at the end there.
Definitely seeing the power of the Majestic Spirit and what most players are opting to play nowadays in terms of their win con for the Crux Lorraine decks. It's super powerful as long as it stays on the board long enough, right? So
a lot of decks just kind of fold to it, especially Water, which has very few ways to clear it. And you see there, when you're just trying to clear a spirit with allies like Aaron was there, it's so hard.
Very hard, yeah. But we're seeing what can come up in the sideboard options for both players here. Michael definitely maybe considering to put in a few copies of Disintegrate. But other than that, both of these decks play. There's not much on either side that they can really bring in. Maybe the fourth Failing Breeze for Aaron here, since he's playing against
a Fireball deck,
yeah.
And it can be that sometimes when you're, actually racing in Lorraine and they haven't managed to stonewall you and they have to go for the double Fireball to face play to win the game, and you're just veiling.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate sequence of events that Michael just happened to have the other Incarnate Majesty. I'm sure that was pretty heart wrenching to see, but the options there were pretty limited.
Yeah. And drawing all those cards and not finding a Dream Fairy when it's pretty rough. But
we definitely saw that.
It's always game 2.
Ghost of Pendragon. Someone's got to get a count. How many times Ghost of Pendragon resolved that turn? All right,
We just need to add a ghost count to the stream for top 8. If it's all Crux, we're just going to be like, oh yeah, Ghost's number 20.
Excuse me for a second while I adjust my chair a little bit, so apologies for any noise that catches on the stream. But all good now. The guild is coming down, game 1. Aaron opting to go first after the heart-wrenching game 1 here. But
yeah, this game has to be a lot faster in order for Aaron to take the match win here.
Yeah, this is a very grindy decks. Michael opting to get rid of that Gildas as soon as possible. And get a reclaim. It's a
good value.
Yeah, it's an ally you just gotta respect, and you gotta try to remove it, because if you're not, there's things like that could happen when you're playing against Wind getting reclaimed on.
Aaron getting some pretty. I mean, I guess it's a bit of a even trade there. Both players get some floating memory.
Yeah,
of course.
Aaron's
Flame Rune is class bonus, but
yeah, Aaron's is a little bit better since it's not locked to the class.
And he gets to redeploy another Gildas, so kind of back to the way we were before.
Let's see.
Opting to go for face here, the Gildas.
Yep. Curious to see, what he might choose to do. If he's going to just try to keep that Gildas around. He has balance active right now. Unknown what the other cards in his hands is, but we'll see. Now the class bonuses are live for Michael here. Gonna try another attempt to get rid of that Gildas. So that's an ally you gotta respect, especially while it's rested now. He can't do any sort of retaliation damage to any of the allies that Michael plays, but with Wind, we know that there's so many options are available to keep it alive. Yeah.
Oh, well, he might be trying to find it. He might not have it just yet.
Deciding, yep, cracking it. Let's see. Aaron may have a response. It looks like he does have a response, but we'll see what comes out of it, because if he can't keep up balance for next turn, it's all for naught, really. But you're not able to push that 4 damage.
Once you use 2 cards. Oh, Song of Nurturing.
Yeah, Song of Nurturing coming out.
Michael's saying I have responses here to your response. This might be a burn spell here. Yeah.
Yeah, the Sparkle Light. That's the thing. Fire Lorraine also has this version of Michael's list has good amount of ways to deal instant speed damage. Yeah.
Clean little 2 for 1 there with the Sparkle Light, essentially.
Fire Bubble coming down. Both players are. Aaron is opting to stay at level 1, trying to just catch back up in terms of the card advantage. But I have to remember that Michael also does play the Raccoon. So if the Raccoon comes down to have a snack, it's gonna be bad news bears for Aaron here.
I think Aaron is sort of recognizing that in order to win two rounds, 2 games this round, he's going to have to be the beatdown.
Yeah, exactly. But right now things are looking much more in Michael's favor. The start of game 1, last game was definitely not working out the exact. Oh yeah, Merlin Memory Thief coming down, eating the reclaim. It's one thing that I also forgot that he had access to, so that's gonna be
super risky leaving floating memory in.
Yep. Merlin coming down, having a snack. Oh, and Dungeon Guide coming down from Michael.
Oh, that's a fast level 3 right there.
Yeah, and Aaron is still just sitting at his Wind Spirit. And he doesn't even have the floating memory engraved too.
Old level 0.
Yeah.
Versus level 3.
All right.
Massive power.
Kingslayer coming down. I think I see the. I'm pretty sure I saw the Incarnate Majesty in his hand.
Another one.
Yeah.
So it's going to take a couple turns to get up to that.
I guess the key thing that we'll see from Michael is that if he just slaps down the Crystal of Empowerment or not. So that's a. Let's see. Got a glimpse of Aaron's hand there. It's just some weenies and then a Veiling Breeze that doesn't really do too much. But we'll see. So proclamation coming down using his invite version. That's very cool.
Don't see many of those around on the tables.
Both very good players, though, so we'll see. I think that changes Michael's plans a little bit more. It does make things a little bit more awkward. Usually, you can play around it. If the top programmer doesn't do very much whenever you're just drawing one card per turn, right? So
just makes the Pendragons potentially a little bit worse if you're hoping to play a bunch of them on one turn, or if you play them on the even counter turns, you're gonna miss one of those draws.
See what Michael opts to get here. Grand Crusader's Ring still hasn't gone through that. I think that's probably what he's going to settle on. Still a bit of ways from casting the Incarnate Majesty. If he does have it, which I'm pretty sure it is.
Just needs to build up his hand a bit more, and then maybe next turn he can afford to play that.
So Sudden Steel in hand, Cremation Ritual.
That's a Flame Rune Swordsman, and now he drew Cremation Ritual, yeah.
So he's just turn. Or draw for the
I think that's his 3 draws used up.
Yep.
So he drew a Hasty, which is going to be a bit useless. But Merlin getting in there to kill that Windrider Vanguard for 3 damage. No, never mind.
Favorable Wind. I think that's definitely a little... well, Michael is out of draws this turn. Unless we miscount it.
I think so. Grand Crusader Ring, Merlin, and I think that was the 4th draw. So it might actually be worth asking the table there real quick.
Let's see. It's up for the judge to catch at this point. So both players need to maintain the game state themselves. So
I mean,
unfortunate here that maybe there was a miscount in terms of the amount of cards drawn. So Michael may have been able to get the 4th card drawn off of the when he wasn't supposed to, but he could have only drawn 2. And then that Hasty Messenger may have been the 3rd. I'm sure somebody will go back and review the VOD to confirm for sure.
But regardless, level 1 Lorraine finally coming out for Aaron, and going to be seeing hopefully a bit more aggression coming out.
Yeah.
Because now that Michael's at level 3, like, you're really going to be pressured into finishing this game as fast as possible, because you're not going to be able to overcome the sheer value of being Merlin.
Let's see. Banner Knight coming down. Honorable Vanguard is down. Just to clear the Hasty Messenger. The game is slowed down quite a bit since we know that Michael is limited by the Tide Proclamation. Can't really draw too many cards now. With Ghost of Pendragon, with Crystal Empowerment coming down, I think he definitely does have that Incarnate Majesty in hand already. So probably going to see that hit the field, and that may just be all she wrote for Aaron, unless he finds a Dream Fairy, of course. If he does have it.
And regardless, if he can't find a way, Michael has won the first game of this round, so if we have a repeat of last game, we are going to see a victory for Michael here as well.
Yeah. Michael definitely favored in this position with the clock on his side. The Incarnate Majesty, the coming into play, Majestic Spirit hitting the field. Yeah.
Banner Knight's still alive, which
kept it alive.
May be crucial in terms of actually finishing off this spirit, because you need that damage bonus.
Aaron doing a little spin move there with Lorraine level 3.
It's a pretty cool trick.
Yeah. I usually can't do that with my sleeves, interesting enough. But we'll see.
Players always leveling up their card hand shuffling moves,
yeah.
one-upping each other.
It makes you seem more intimidating, the more tricks you know. Looks like he's going to opt into level 2 here. I wonder what Aaron has planned. He doesn't have too many cards left available to him. Lorraine level 2 coming down. Not really going to be able to do much with that Incarnate Majesty sitting on the field, but I'll let him cook.
Yeah, he might have something. He's got currently 4, 5, 6, 7 damage in play, so...
Yeah. I keep calling it the Incarnate Majesty, but it's the Majestic Spirit.
Yeah.
It's quite embarrassing.
He's the Majesty incarnate.
Yeah, the Majesty is incarnate. We'll see. The Banner Knight is now active with its applying its bonus damage effect, but it's still going to take quite a bit to clear this. And I don't think Aaron has the cards unless he drew the magical Dream Fairy.
Maybe he drew it. He's doing the math. Maybe it's not quite as simple as slam a Dream Fairy and go face.
Yeah. With the proclamation being on the field, if he's able to get this Majestic Spirit off the board, the game will definitely be a little bit easier for him. Unless Michael just happens to have another one in his hand again, then this will be a bit rough. This inevitability of Crux coming into play.
Now I did see a Resolute. That's something to think about. I saw a Resolute stand in Michael's hand, and that's probably what he has. He has one card in hand.
Yeah.
And that is, you can save your spirit with that card, and it's just going to throw Aaron's whole combat math off completely.
Exactly. But Dream Fairy makes that math not needed.
Yeah.
But I don't think Aaron even has enough cards if that's all the cards he has left. With only about 12 minutes left on the clock, it's kind of a rough decision here. Oh, wait. Did he get up? Oh, no. He's just hiding off the camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for the camera angle we had. It was part of the technical difficulties. I couldn't quite get the angle wide enough, but
it's all good.
If they lean forward a bit, maybe I'll remind them.
All sorts of things always have to happen the day of, right?
Yeah.
So no matter how much testing we do, it's always unfortunate. But
hey, it's like card games.
Yeah, just like card games.
How much testing you do.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just face your bad matchup.
Exactly.
But yeah, it seems like Aaron's just passing the turn, yeah.
Realizing that even leveling up, there's not much. Maybe he's just getting the extra.
Needs the extra
life.
health.
Yeah, the extra life to not just get fireball to death. But maybe.
But I feel like he was hoping to maybe get something down that turn, but he just couldn't.
Yeah.
Flame Sweep draw here, which is probably just going to be the nail in the coffin if he plays it. It looks like he's paying. Yeah.
This may be all she wrote for Aaron. I don't think he's going to be able to rebuild his board from this position, unless there's maybe like a ghost in hand and he goes to level 3. I'm not sure. I don't believe that there's enough floating memory in the graveyard for Aaron to really to work with. But Incarnate Majesty going in for face. Gonna wake up at the end phase here, and then we'll see what happens to what Aaron chooses to do next turn. His influence is not looking so hot. He's kind of all tapped out. Nullify Lantern, not really going to do much in this situation. It's just a card that he can grab.
It's certainly a card he can play. So looks like a Squirrel, a Ghost of Pendragon, a Windrider Vanguard, and something Norm. So maybe that's just another 2-3 dorky guy.
Yeah. I think that maybe that was the intention. He realized that he's just behind in turns, honestly. So,
he's so far behind, he's just scooping it up at this point. You can't get through that spirit. And congratulations, Michael.
Michael takes it.
Taking it out.
2-0, but very long match, going until about
not much.
50 minutes. We only got about 10 minutes left on the clock remaining here, but well played from both players. quite an unfortunate series of events. Game 1 for Aaron, and also for Michael not being able to find some of his.
Yeah, game 1 went very long because Michael's just drawing pure
Yeah.
garbage.
Yeah,
But the spirit was saving his ass.
Yeah, all his dungeon guides and but seeing the power of the Majestic Spirit.
Yeah, especially against these ally decks that just have to rely on physical damage to clear it. It's not very easy.
Yeah, even that fireball, 12 damage just to get rid of a
Yeah.
Ghost of Pendragon. Kind of overkill.
Achievement
but,
unlocked,
yeah,
overkill times 3.
Yeah. That game went long enough for fireballs to turn into the Arcane Blast. But all right, that's it for
that's
round 3 feature match. We'll be back for round 4 at 2:30, where players are going to go on their lunch break here.
That's true.
And we'll be back with a commentary in the next feature match as soon as that is over.
Yes, so we do have a 30-minute lunch break. I will try and get the metagame sorted by then, and then perhaps we can have a quick discussion about that just before or after round 4.
Yep.
So don't go away.
Perfect.
Something to look forward to.
All right, awesome. We will see you guys back here after the lunch break. All right, everybody, we're back here with round 4 at Ascent Auckland. Sorry, we're a little bit late coming back in from the lunch break, but things are getting started off right now. We have Asher versus Aiden, Win Lorraine versus Fire Lorraine. We don't have their deck list quite yet, but we are expected to see a great match from the both of them here. Looks like a pretty solid start for Asher so far. Phelan's captain coming down a little bit early. My partner James is not quite back yet, but he'll be joining the table again pretty shortly here. Gildis coming down, getting in for that 4 crucial damage. Actually 5, sorry, because of the Phelan's captain being... Well, actually that is not true. It should only be the 4 damage because the class bonus is not... Am I a big liar? Hold on. I am a big liar. That's a class bonus for the cost reduction, but
That's right.
the Phelan's captain is now on board. The Gildis doing 5 damage. I'm a little come back in from lunch break. Not gonna lie, I ate a good amount of snacks, so I'm good. Getting back into the swing of things after the little break that we had, but
Felt too short. To be honest, I've been writing up the metagame, but we'll be back. We'll have that for you very shortly. I just did a big old vault over the commentary table, and now I'm sitting in my seat.
Welcome back, James.
Not that inaccurate, really. But,
I looked at that vault, and I was just like, I'm not going to be doing that. I choose to go through the doors. But Aiden now at level 1 over the Spirit of Wind here. Looking at his list, let's see here the breakdown of what he's got going on. So he's playing a Fire and Soul list, something we haven't seen in quite a while. The Ensoul list coming out. Definitely looking towards more of that. I'm going to get to level 3 and win the game through summoning a bunch of swords, attacking interface. Taking a look at his sword breakdown is actually pretty interesting. He's playing 2 of his material deck slots that are committed to off element swords. He's playing the Erendite and the Carwenan. Both have powerful effects when they come in.
Yeah.
Well, Carwenan doesn't really have anything that you could really use, but it does hit for more than the other swords.
It hits big.
It does hit big. Prismatic Edge.
Erendite sometimes can as well.
Prismatic Edge is also in Aiden's list. We won't be seeing anybody draw any cards, but playing against Wind, being able to reduce the amount of resources they have is really good. Oh, Flame Sweep coming down here. Big move for Aiden. I mean, it's a key.
Only at level 1, though.
Yep. Not ideal, but it will remove some of the bodies here.
If not all. Not all of them.
Aiden being an honest man, also letting him know that ally is still alive because it didn't do enough damage yet. But Honorable Vanguard coming down. Now that Phelan's captain will get removed off the board here. All right, now I believe that's the turn. So passing back over to Asher. Asher is going to banish the Swift Recruit, leveling up into the level 1 Lorraine. Let's see. He's probably going to be grabbing the sort of Seeking here. Interesting to see in Asher's list, he's playing Ventus. One of the new regalia items, the regalia items from the Fractured Crown set. Didn't see that much play last season, I think, but we'll see if he gets any value out of that this game. But sort of a niche thing. Interesting that he chose to include it in his list.
How many mage spells are in his list to fuel it?
I believe there's Displace, Favorable Winds. I think that's pretty much it. From looking at his list, that's basically the only few that he plays. He doesn't have too much else to get full value.
Ventus really can give you a lot of value.
He's playing Attune with the Winds, trying to build that big wide board. Maybe am I missing something? He's got to be playing something with that, right? Taking back a look here. Dream Fairy coming down, but Aiden answers very fast with his Lorraine level 2. He still has a Sword of Seeking Out, so there's not much value being got from the Dream Fairy here. And Honorable Vanguard gets hit out of the memory, so that doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, it's pretty. I'm pretty happy when you banish a floating memory from out of your memory, even if it's not from the graveyard. Definitely seeing some couple 2-in-souls in hand there. So
Yeah, hey, Aiden's hand is looking very, very stacked, as they say.
yeah, but he's going to want to get up to that level 3 so he can start playing those Crux cards.
Yeah, Drape Fairy getting taken out, sort of seeking, I think, the plays right now from Dungeon Guy coming down. Actually missed that in his hand.
Nice, pretty strong. No untap though anymore, but Lorraine doesn't get to wake up when they
One
level up.
soul going away. I probably would have opted to keep. He's also got rid of his. He had
three in hand.
He had three.
Okay, that's understandable.
And he had another Pendragon. He has Pendragon and 2-in-souls. That's
nice value there.
Yeah.
Cremation
Ritual, drawing into Creative Shock, and I did get that.
I think that was an Honorable Vanguard.
Oh, okay.
So just a bit more fuel for the in-soul. Next turn you'll have 7 cards total, which is the amount you need.
Yep. Looking to have, Ina's going to have a big turn coming back into the next turn cycle here. Let's see what Asher opts to get.
Going to have to watch out because in-soul can probably kill him at this point.
Yeah, I think the
maybe the Swift Recruit will be a bit annoying.
A very strong start from Aiden, even though we had the Phalanx Captain Gildas start from Asher. It wasn't able to apply enough pressure. His hand's looking a little clunky right now. There's not much to really interact with on Aiden's board, and he's playing very much so a very greedy list. That's like I'm just going to level to 3 and make my activate in soul and just slap you.
That'll be it's good enough. It does work.
It does indeed work. It does indeed work. No Banner Knights in Aiden's list. We're just looking at
actually 4 Spirit Blade Dispersion in.
Yeah, opting to do that combo instead.
That's old combo.
Yeah,
right?
Old combo. Yeah, I haven't seen that one in a long time. But there's you got a few more options now to have more durability on board in total. I think so. His damage is still looking pretty good.
Yeah.
But there's not much flexibility in this list like we've seen in some of the other decks today.
Yeah,
but
some other in-soul decks do like to have that early aggression.
Yeah.
Still, but this one's just pure. Yeah. I have my trump card, and that is all I do.
And not only did he have 1, not 2, but 3, and chose to get rid of 1. That's crazy. So
you only need
the 1.
Only need the 1, and maybe sometimes the second one.
Yeah. And Soul coming down from Aiden. About to see a whole bunch of swords come out of his deck onto the field. Here we go. Now,
and
resolving all the effects
as well.
Yep.
Does he have any floating for the Arendite? That's going to make a big difference.
Drawing off the Drawn Blade.
Nope.
No floating for the Arendite, but still, this is quite a sizable board, and he has the other copy of Insul in hand anyways, so it doesn't really matter too much here.
It's going to be pretty big. Alright, so Soul Knife clearing out that Interceptor, and now the rest of the damage is going face. Nope, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, he's clearing. I guess feeling pretty comfortable considering he has the other Insul in hand anyways. Yeah. And he has the Lorraine attack still as well. But not as big since all those swords still remain on the field. But it could be worse for Asher potentially, but still taking a lot of damage here.
5.
Yeah. Very scary turn. I mean, Asher almost taking lethal damage at this point.
Yeah, would have been lethal if not for that Swift Recruit standing in the way.
Yep. That recruit definitely did its job. Let's see what he's going to opt to get. He's going to have to basically hope that Aiden does not have another Insolent hand, but if Asher does not have a good answer this turn, this may be all she wrote for game 1.
And there's no potential for some damage prevention coming. Does he have the Veilings or Resolutes? Can't see any.
It looks like, yeah, this list from Asher is very aggro-oriented, not playing too many of the spells, um, not playing too many of the other defensive options that we see
No.
today, Song of Nurturing and other stuff like that. But still a very strong list overall. Wind Allies Lorraine has, huge damage potential, as you can see. Aiden has still taken 15 damage, so
Yeah.
pretty respectable. Um, all right. Bit of logistical support we had to provide it, but we're back now. The yeah, I mean with no hand, no cards left in hand, Asher sees the and
There
Soul.
is
And
one. Is that one card in hand? Is it? It's
One
not
card.
going to be a.
Yeah,
That's the orders.
Yeah, I think Michael or Asher is scooping it up here. Another insult coming out would definitely mean lethal at this point. So the players are going to begin siding and get ready for game 2. I think looking at the matchup, Aiden has shown that he's playing a very greedy list. It's definitely some old school tech, just playing all the draw cards, all of the big damage kill spells especially, and the deck is something that I haven't seen at least in a while. From the Grand Archive tournaments, the Insole list is kind of falling out of favor, but still when you get to pull a strategy off, it operates like very. I mean, it is very strong.
It still does like 15 damage. So a lot of decks can't survive that, especially with a lot of them staying at level 1 or 0 even sometimes.
Yeah, we'll see what comes in from the sideboard from both of them here. I think for Aiden's list, he may just run it as is. I'm not sure what else he may bring. Interesting enough, he's playing the Strapping Conscript.
Just I don't know. Want to go a bit more beatdown, a bit more damage.
Maybe getting rid of some of those clunkier cards and opting to do like more damage to help clear. It does have a fairly nice stat line for what it does. In terms of on Asher's side, definitely going to see the maybe.
You'd see some raccoons coming in, trying to punish that floating memory.
Yeah. Nullifying Lantern to the side. Crimson Protective Trinket. Unsure what they might want to opt in to bring here. There's not anything too crazy, but the raccoons are definitely essential.
You've got to slow down that level 3 march.
Yep. Good thing is that Aiden can do a lot of, well, I don't want to say good thing, but like Aiden does have the ability to do a lot of things at the end step. At fast speed. The Cremation Ritual, Creative Shock, not Cremation Ritual.
Oh, imagine that, fast cremation.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly sacrifice my squirrels to draw 2. All right, here we are, game 2. Starting it off, Asher going first, drawing his 7 cards here. All right. Looks like a bit of a clunkier start for Asher. I think I see Ace of Protector at the end. I saw 2 Inspiring Calls in his hand. Unsure what the other allies kind of look like. Yep.
Oh, just passing.
Yeah, I think he had a pretty clunky start from what I saw. They're not an ideal hand for the Wind Lorraine player. There we are. And then from Aiden's side, let's see what he's got. If we could get a glimpse of anything here.
I think I can see a Shield Mate and maybe a Dispersion. A Resolute Stand, yep. And Increasing Danger.
Increasing Danger. So going second, Increasing Danger, it is definitely not as favorable as going first because you're giving your opponent the extra card. But in this case, Aiden's playing a very, greedy list, I would say, that is just fully committed to getting the combo off as soon as possible, getting the advantage built up. Stalwart Shieldmate coming down. Um,
Save a bit of life, get some floating.
Yeah.
I feel like playing Increasing Danger definitely favours Aiden here. He's trying to find his combo, and just the more cards he has in order to fuel his leveling up, and then playing his big 6 cost card at the end is worth it.
It is definitely nice for the Windlorine player to be getting the extra cards in hand, though, because all they need is a few allies to stick on board and hopefully not get hit by a flame sweep.
I've been playing some Gildas decks recently, and when they Increasing Danger, and you've only got 8 cards, and you're like, come on.
Yeah, you're ruining the balance.
You put me off balance.
Yeah. Windrider Vanguard coming down. The Raccoon
doing what?
Coming in for a snack. All right, Stalwart Shieldmate getting banished. That's not what Aiden wants to see, because he wants to keep as many cards as possible, in his influence and not send them to the banish. But Scavenging Raccoon, the sideboard option that we were talking about, it's definitely
Aiden forced to banish from memory. Hits floating memory
another
anyway.
Floating memory.
Pretty good at game.
Yeah. So in the end, it didn't even matter.
Well, it kind of mattered a little bit.
Yeah. The little raccoon came in for a snack. Didn't get his full meal, but pesky little feller.
Oh, is that a Rending Flames? Yeah, it is a Rending Flames in hand. Aiden going for the what do you call it? The duped. Get duped with out of nowhere Rending Flames.
Yeah.
Not that he has any graveyard at the moment, but
yeah, the graveyard did get eaten by the raccoon, and he would have had a fair amount of fire cards in there. Or actually, no, he only just had the one.
He would have had one, but
but
maybe it could have come out.
Yeah, not a card I guess you want to see while the graveyard is empty. If we see more of those raccoon come into play, then could be very good for Asher here.
Yeah, he might be giving up on the Rending, to be honest. He's putting it in memory. He's probably going to level up next turn.
Yep. Windlorine still does kind of have to answer, those allies that get put on board. Getting level 1 here is pretty important for Asher, so you can start getting that value out of the Vanguard, making the trades a little bit more awkward. Tempered Steel being used. Just wanted to put another floating memory in graveyard, but we'll see. Will Asher have another raccoon available? Some people are greedy, trying to just get 2 cards of value worth of it, but you can really screw up somebody's game plan by just getting rid of the one.
Getting raccooned again will definitely set Aiden back.
Actually, if he gets rid of the Flame Room Swordsman, gets a raccoon on the board, that's going to be brutal.
Absolutely broken.
Yeah, absolutely brutal for Aiden. But I think he's managed to dodge the second one.
It looks like it's not there.
Yeah.
No.
Kind of getting a peek at the end of his hand. It's possible.
There is a captain in there. I think there's a Asian
Swordsman coming.
Disperse. He could disperse his raccoon and get the on enter trigger again.
Displace? I think that's what he's actually going to opt to do here. Yeah.
Oh, that's value.
Wait, no, he put it down. Oh, wait, no. He's still paying for it. Oh, he's going Ace and Protector.
Okay. There we go. You don't need 2 raccoons.
The raccoon coming back in for was it seconds at this point? He's getting his full meal now.
Seconds.
Yeah. The other time he came in was just for the appetizer, but raccoon getting a full meal. 2 floating memory gone from Aiden. I mean, this is a danger of playing that deck. People citing in the answers to all the floating memory that you try to get rid of.
Just
in your graveyard early.
Brutal for a deck that's trying to get to level 3 as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Ash is just like, neither of us are leveling up here, mate. We're staying level 1 and 0.
Still just a regular good old Spirit of Wind. Not looking too hot here. Swift Recruit coming down.
Yeah.
Opting not to attack, just leaving the intercept up.
Yeah, fair enough. To be fair, I would probably attack with the Swift Recruit because, I mean, who's attacking out spirits at this point?
Yeah, I agree. But, respectable. I think they...
Gotta respect a, I don't know, random on hit. Bigger damage.
Lorraine level 2. I know. Does this spell the big sweeper?
That's what the level 1s do not want to see.
Yeah.
To be fair though,
This-
it's not looking like Aiden's going to have enough cards in hand to flame sweep this turn.
Yep.
So
Keeping what he's banishing a surprise. We'll see what he gets. Ooh! Oh wait, no, that's a Rending Flames. That's a
oh
Rending
no,
Flames.
he will have enough. He hit the Rending Flames.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
will
I
have
thought
enough
it-
cards.
Yeah, I thought that was a Flame Sweep that he just got rid of. I was like,
That
oh,
would have been gross.
that would have been brutal.
But he does have the 5 cards and the flame
Yeah,
sweep.
yeah,
So
just
there we
yep,
go.
just slamming it down. Full value here. Man, I haven't
That
seen this
is
in a while.
gross.
The Flame Sweep coming down with Lorraine level 2, drawing, I believe, 4 cards.
Yeah, mate, this is like
That's definitely a boon for Aiden here, coming back into the game, putting it back on the board. But the damage is still, actually in this case, I think Aiden is able to come back a bit, but Asher definitely has a lot more cards than he did last game.
Yeah, that's true. He can redeploy. But man, this really feels like, I don't know if you can call it Boomer Grand Archive at the moment, but
Boomer
we're not
Archive.
that old yet. But
Yeah. Some
maybe
good old
some Gen Z Grand Archive.
Gen Z Grand Archive. Yeah, definitely some stuff that we haven't seen since like pre-Fracture Crown meta, I think.
But these guys, technically undefeated in this tournament, so still making their way up with these old strategies.
We'll see what the play is here. Obviously, Asher taking the opportunity to level up, getting the class unlocked. Hasn't mattered too much yet, other than like maybe Wind Rider Vanguard. But he has another one anyways. See it here. Gonna come down.
Probably needs to start turning on those pump spells he's got.
Yeah.
Because he
still has a fair bit of gas in his hand. I think he still has that captain. Still has inspiring calls to make use of. I think.
Yeah.
Is he playing those? Yeah, he is playing those. Probably going to opt to. Well, not. Never mind. Attacking with the ally first. Probably not going to opt to use it this turn. But we'll see what happens here.
needs to redeploy. Oh no, rallied advance. Here we go.
Oh, rallied advance. Okay. Card that I haven't seen being used
in
often.
a long time.
Yeah, this is definitely some old school cards coming out here, or old school as you say, but we're only in Dawn of Ashes and Fracture Crown meta. I mean, ALC's on the way, but it's not there yet.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Inspiring Call coming out. Wow, he is gaming, pushing in for the damage. 14 damage on Aiden's Lorraine here.
Getting there, but still a long way to go, especially if Aiden not going with any leveling yet. But
and those recruits really set him back, though.
they really did.
That Flame Sweep coming in at a very clutch time. He had that ready, was prepared to, didn't even have a second thought, leveled up and activated it right away. Dungeon Guide coming down.
Oh, perfect timing.
Yeah, that sweep just left Aiden with so many cards when he was down. But we'll see what happens here for the Dungeon Guide. He's going to get to level 3 and has the Ensoul in hand. We know that. I think he still has his Dispersion as well,
He has. Well, he banned it.
Never mind.
He had 2 to start with, so that's one of them. He's
gotcha,
still got one in hand. So we might see the old combo coming back.
Yes.
He has enough cards.
Good old friend here. May have to just wait a turn. We'll see. He might just Pendragon this turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pendragon.
No reason to rush into things.
Leveling up, I don't think he's even at the risk of getting bursted yet. Only with one Wind Rider Vanguard on board. Just going to get cleared by the Ghost of Pendragon. Not much that Asher can really do. The powerful Crux ally from the Crux suite of cards that available are, he's quite a powerful card.
Yeah, it's crazy. So, what is Asher hoping for at this point? I mean, it's not looking great, but can he redeploy enough to push through this?
Yeah, let's see. Take a look at the list. There's not much that he can do to sort of catch up on the board. At this point in the game where Aiden is sitting at level 3 Lorraine, potentially having an Assault in hand, drew 2 cards off of the...
the Terrafring, that's That's actually not a bad one.
Not bad at all.
Holds off in soul for 1 turn, for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. Ada reminding him to wake up his champions here. Let's see. Oh, Dream Fairy coming down. Our other favorite pesky little critter, but yeah, that
Definitely
terraforming is going to
solid
make things a
answer.
little bit awkward. And he's already gone. I believe Aiden's already gone through his sort of seeking, right? Or no, he put that back for
He would
the.
have put it back, yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's right. That's right.
Terraforming, I think, is going to save Ash's turn. If he can develop a large enough board that can't be cleared, maybe he can start making a comeback.
Yeah, how many? So we've seen one sweep go, but 2 sweeps still left in deck for Aiden here. Something like that coming down next turn is also um, pretty dangerous for Asher. But let's see what Aiden opts to grab. May just grab the. Oh, think about Prismatic Edge, putting that at the top here.
That would actually be a pretty
giving him
clean
some.
way to get rid of Dream Fairy.
Yeah. Also going to give him a lot of info on what Asher has going on in his memory. Um, not quite sure what he put down, but
Odds are there's definitely some wind in there.
yeah.
Although Wind Allies tends to not play.
Yeah. He lost the
Like,
second
that
dispersion.
many.
So
Oh no!
so,
How will he get through that?
oh, but we see 2
Oh, no,
Ghosts of
never
Pendragon
mind.
hand. Oh yeah, Asher did have a pretty scary hand, but did put a Wind Ally down in his memory, so it's gonna spell some trouble for him. It's gonna.
Definitely something to take in mind, especially in these crux matchups. Like if you can avoid putting elements into your memory, you probably want to do so, just
Yeah.
to give yourself a bit more of a, or just to make that prismatic edge just slightly worse.
Judge Bain asked a question here. Not sure quite. I think this the proper way to resolve Prismatic Edge, making sure that the game state is nice and clear. But we do know for sure that the Dream Fairy is not going to be long for this world here, unless. Oh, I know.
I mean,
Actually, it's
think
already too
about
late
it.
at this point because Prismatic Edge has already begun to resolve.
Yeah. If you think about it, is it like they must be wondering, does the damage or the banish happen first? That is the question.
Yeah. Dream Fairy
But
will
it
get
seems like
removed.
they're going with the damage first, and then they're going to be banishing a random card there.
I believe the Prismatic Edge does resolve in the way that the text is written, so Inspiring Call being ripped out of the memory. We know that Phalanx Captain and Banner Knight are still in the still available, but
Some of the most powerful cards in the deck, but they're best with a few friends along the way, but it's not going to happen this game.
30-minute warning coming out here in game 2. The Ghost of Pendragon coming down, getting rid of he's just gonna draw 2 cards. It doesn't even matter at this point. The oh wait, is that another dispersion in his hand? How many dispersion does he play? Oh,
I think
4.
he's playing a full set.
Oh wow. Okay. Pendragon drawing more of the pieces that Aiden just chooses to get rid of. Time for the Tithe Proclamation to hit the field. Odds and evens. Let's see what gets banished. Phalanx Captain.
Captain's gone.
That's probably the better one that Asher would have liked to have kept. But
he's going to have to draw some. He's going to have to just try and go out with a bang at this point, it feels like. Big ol' insult to the face incoming next turn.
Yeah. It's got to have to find something here. The Dream Fairy coming down. We know he saw the double Pendragon, but playing the Prismatic Edge that comes in next turn anyways. It's not going to do too much too long. Yeah, things are not looking in Asher's favor at the moment, I think. But, life totals, there's respectable damage have been done to uh, both players, but Asher does not have a lot of room here to work with surviving a Ensoul turn, especially with
No.
Dispersion as well, so things are not going to be looking too good for him. Let's see what Aiden's opting to do here. Thinking in the memory, the materialization phase.
Does he want to get Prismatic and should still have enough cards to Ensoul afterwards?
Mm-hmm.
Prismatic obviously adds a lot of damage to Ensoul turn.
Pendragon and Hasty. I think, yeah, it's not too bad.
I mean, you can't even play the Pendragon, so...
Yeah.
Oh.
Easy.
So he actually had a chance to hit 2 fire there, so a bit of luck there, not hitting 2 fire and not getting that damage draw.
It's a gambling man, I see. Ensoul coming down,
and
as we expected. Not much that I think Asher can really do here. I think this is going to spell his fade out, but all the swords coming out from the material deck, even the Prismatic Edge is available for access this turn. So Lorraine herself can be hitting for huge amounts of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be massive.
Yeah. And he does not have much HP to work with, so even getting the Fire Tongue value, making him play it out, or his longsword.
That's it.
Yep. Handshakes.
Handshakes and fist bumps abound.
All right.
Well, fast game, but Ensoul still showing it's just a powerful card in general. Yep. Not much decks can do about 16 to 18 damage to the face.
We saw a lot of tools coming here, but you gotta respect Array level 2 and Flame Sweep. The classic bane of the Wind Lorraine player is just like they just have to have the Flame Sweep.
For a while, it almost seemed like Flame Sweep was falling out of favor.
Yeah, exactly. So this is like a very old school matchup, like working out in Aiden's favor here. The that turn essentially where he was very behind in board, but drew 4 cards off of a level up into a Flame Sweep is insane.
Yeah, it's interesting
because the real olden days you'd be able to attack with level 1, level up to level 2, Flame
Sweep everyone, draw some cards, level up, attack again. Yeah, good times.
Good times, man.
I miss it a little bit, but now I guess it's interesting to see just how the metagame evolves around this, because in Houston I kind of feel like there wasn't much fire level 2 Lorraine like sweeping people going around, and hence the Wind Allies really took over.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think a lot of people were
everyone was sort of worried about Merlin.
Yeah, they were worried about the Crux Merlin with the Ascension loops, and Avarice was still legal at the time, so the metagame really has shifted into it's pretty open right now, and some people love it, some people hate it, but the seeing old school strategies like this, per se, old school being like it's been a while since we've seen it, but
well, I guess you heard it here first. Fire Ensoul Lorraine is undefeated as of round 4 of Ascent Auckland.
Ascent Auckland, yeah.
Get in there. Get in there, you
he's
Fire
taken
Ensoul
one draw.
players.
He's taken one
I'm
draw.
going to call it undefeated. You got to do it.
Yeah, still undefeated so far. Played a great game from the both of them, I think. Unfortunate that you weren't able to get that full value. He did. Looks like he did board out the Ventus. I didn't know if that was like the best option for his deck. There's actually not too much that Asher could have done besides the Scavenging Raccoon, but we saw how powerful that was.
That was powerful.
Yeah, and there was a lot of answers to the Ensoul combo nowadays. There's the Terrafring, the Scavenging Raccoons, just really hurting your graveyard.
Yeah, for sure.
The Yu-Gi-Oh! Mega Tin. Man, I use that to hold cards.
Deck box.
Oh man. Oh man,
that's some swag. It's like opposite of playing a fully CSR material deck.
Yeah.
Just got my Mega Tin.
Got my Mega Tin.
Rubber band around the cards. Good
jeez. All right, and that's gonna conclude Round 4 for the feature match, we're gonna get finish compiling the metadata for the tournament overall.
Yeah. And
Almost
then-
done here. We'll be back with the
And
discussion
we'll
shortly.
be back very soon. See you around. All right, everyone, we are back. We had a little bit of a issue with some downtime before, but thankfully we are online again, and we have with you the metagame of day one.
Awesome. So while things were down, we were able to get the breakdown set up. We're currently still transitioning to the next round, but taking a look at the metagame here, it's very interesting. We got a pretty, wide split of cards or decks here. We have Kingslayer, 26 Kingslayer players, Fire Kingslayer player.
is now successfully the king of the meta.
Yeah. Very, very dominant here, but we actually haven't gotten to commentate any Kingslayer games of the... Oh,
we've seen a hybrid. We saw the hybrid list.
Yeah.
That, I've kind of classified that as Fire Merlin. There are a few of them out there. There's a couple, for sure. I've sort of... running down the list, I suppose, we can see there's a lot of Wind level 1 Lorraine ally beatdown decks.
That aggro list is still very powerful, very strong, and it's also just a fairly consistent strategy.
Also, I'm not gonna sort of send out too much flack, but hopefully for this, but it's easy to play as well.
It is quite a simple deck to understand. I mean, going from a Wind starter deck to getting that deck is also the transition is very easy.
Yeah.
So the still seeing a lot more diversity being introduced. We got Rye here still.
Arcane Rye still doing its best to try and kill people. I'm not sure how well they'll be doing. We'll have to see how many of them qualify for day 2.
Yeah.
But I saw a lot of them were taking some L's.
Yeah. The level 1 Fire Lorraines, they're still here. I didn't mean to skip over them, but I'm sure they got the advantage about Flame Sweep being the most powerful sweep probably in this current meta, where it really just does clear boards.
And just the raw power of Honed by Fire on my sword and then Rending Flames you.
Yeah.
It's never going to go away.
Yeah.
And there's actually not as much water here as I would have expected to punish those fire decks.
Yeah, but still a good amount of water being played. We have one water Crux Knight being played.
Yeah.
And then one water Xander. Not too sure how they're doing right now in the tournament, but
they're doing their spicy thing. They're enjoying.
Yeah. Scepter of Luna is still a very powerful card that released in Proxia's Vault. Seeing especially in game 2 a water mirror. Yeah. Unfortunately, the water players were pitted against each other just in round 2, but still.
But yeah, Watermelon there as well, trying to sort of just power through. A bit of a poor matchup into Fire Merlin, though, I would say. Potentially not the correct choice for this metagame.
Yeah.
It just can't deal with the Incarnate Majesty.
Yeah. Incarnate Majesty,
weakness.
Very, very powerful. Very, very important for the strategy now that Sword of Avarice is gone, and you're sort of left with what do I do with my Crux deck?
All my cards. Yeah.
So we're looking at also Wind Sylvie. 4 Wind Sylvie players.
That's I kind of lumped in some level 3 Sylvies and some Allen decks, so they're kind of there. I'm not sure if they're doing the business though. They're.
Yeah, we'll see. Who ends
they
up
love
at the
their
top
animals
today.
Interestingly, running down the list, 3 Wind Arcane Rye, famously a deck that preys on the fire version of Arcane Rye.
Yeah, it says, I will beseech into my next level, and I don't care what you do.
I will draw a lot more cards than you, because I can make enlightenment counters for days.
Yep. So, very interesting metagame breakdown. It has shifted a lot, quite from the Ascent Houston, I think. Just in terms of the deck choices, the people have the list have been very different from what I've seen so far.
Yeah.
So, not too many archetypes available yet, and really interested to see what happens as we continue to see the rest of the event. So, taking a look at the percentages over here, 22% Fire Merlin is the most represented for the format, but followed very closely by Wind Allies of Lorraine, most likely.
It's pretty even there, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
seeing a good more percentage of water players. I think at the Ascent Houston we didn't have almost any at all. But glad to see the percentage of Wind of water decks continuing to rise.
Yeah,
You know,
so a bit of quick maths. I guess you could say there's about 40% level 1 Lorraine ally beatdown here. So kind of a similar strategy, but just with very differing plans here, with wind being a lot more ally heavy, fire being more bursty damage, and water sort of a bit similar but with more disruption. It's interesting how players decide to approach their ally sort of beatdown plans.
yeah, definitely. Some changes happening, uh, and really interesting to see. Like I said, how the metagame has shifted from our previous Ascent Houston tournament. But a few regionals have gone by, and we're you know, I think people are also ready to see some of the new decks coming out in ALC
Oh
coming up
yes,
soon.
oh yes, I'm excited.
Yeah,
I know you're excited to see us be excited about it.
yeah, I know. We got a lot of stuff cooking in the lab, and it's finally almost time for
Some brews.
some brews to come out, and then for everyone to see. And hopefully, I am super excited for everything, and I don't know how long my commentating career will last, but it's gonna be fun. It's always nice to be here and chat about the game. Something I don't get to do very often anymore.
Yeah,
Um,
it's been great
yeah.
sitting here doing watching some fun games. It's
Yep.
been good. But I believe pairings will be up very shortly. I'll leave you guys here with the metagame, and you guys can admire it to your heart's content. And we'll soon have the next round, round 5.
Yep. We'll be back once the next round starts. We're gonna check on the current pairings, and we'll be back.
We'll be back momentarily.
See you. All right, hello everybody. We are back here, round 5 at the Ascent Auckland. Currently, we got Michael versus Adam. Michael rocking his Fire Merlin hybrid deck. I think haven't quite gotten started yet. They're still deciding. Probably haven't done the dice rolls yet, but getting ready to. Yeah, it's gonna be a great game.
I made it back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Done the introduction so far. So, our friend Michael back up at the table.
Yeah.
Yap, as some people know him. Limelight, if you're watching, that's for you. All right.
Now, one of the 3 undefeated tables currently in the Swiss.
Yep, we're gonna see
Other 2.
a Fire Merlin versus Fire Lorraine. We'll see what the. We don't have the deck list yet, right?
Dang it! I thought he was water. I thought he was fire. He's playing water.
Oh, he's playing water.
He's playing water.
Okay,
Oh, well.
it's all right.
Spicier.
A little
spicier.
Oh
one.
wow! Water Lorraine 4-0 into round 5 here.
So I guess I'll go fix that.
No worries, James.
You can hold the fort for me.
Yeah, I'm holding it down for James while he goes and fixes the little typo, I guess you could call it. A bit of a typo. No worries. Interesting spread from Michael here, but here we go. Opening hands. Let me. One moment. All right. Cool. All right. Technical issues fixed. We got the proper deck showing now. My bad on that, James. But Frostborn Paladin coming down from Adam. Just there we go. Guild is coming down now. Solisar from the Water Allies deck. I think that's what Adam is rocking here.
Yeah, that's how you'd want to draw it up as well.
Yeah. Let's see. Grand Crusaders ring being used. Now that the balance value has already been used, we'll see what Michael chooses to do here. Leveling up to level 1. A Pendragon already gone. I guess that's not really what he wants to see. But, all that matters is you get to level 3, get your Crux element enabled.
Matters.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Get that spirit out on the table.
Yep. As we saw before, I think it was round 2. It was round 2 or round 3? Round 3, right?
Yeah, I think so. Round 3.
Yeah, round 3. That the all-important Majestic Spirit. Once that card hits the table, extreme powerhouse for the Incarnate Majesty deck. It's all about controlling the board at that state, or just it really is just like a giant wall.
And it's very hard to clear, especially in water.
Yeah. Technically, we were discussing this earlier, but Michael should be favored in this matchup because the Incarnate Majesty gets that Majestic Spirit, does exactly what we want here. It just walls off all of these allies. It's really hard to clear for Adam. But
I feel like he is definitely teched against allies. You can see this main deck Sparklights, the fireballs is getting in there.
Yeah, a lot of interesting tech options. I think I was personally able to get to see at the Dallas Regional this past Fractured Crown season. An answer to the Water Allies list that had gained popularity was playing cards like Focus Flames and even like the Fractal, the Incendiary Fractal. But I don't believe Michael is playing those today, just based on what we saw for his list earlier. But those were some couple interesting tech options here because it hit that all important for life. That was like the main barrier to get past. Yeah. Hasty Messenger being used. It's probably not long for this world, but I think Gildas is still on board.
Definitely a must remove.
Yeah, not sure if Adam has. Let's see, he's banishing something here. Oh wow, Snow Fairy
Wow.
being played. Oh, Scepter of Luna coming down. This is we didn't get to see it too much in action in the
In the second
round 2
round.
game,
Yeah.
but it is a card that has to be respected. Very powerful card coming out of Proxy's Bolt. Woodland Squirrels coming down. Also helps get that balance active because it's one of the only. It is the only zero cost ally in the game. Um,
And who'd have thought a little zero cost 1/1
oh,
would be so impactful?
oh yeah, that guild is coming in 4 damage, balance active for Adam here with Better Knight being a 2 cost and then is going in for the 1, applying as much pressure as he
Yeah.
can because he knows that if uh, at this point he may have an idea that Michael here is playing the Incarnate Majesty deck, so you just have to apply as much pressure as possible and hope they don't have it.
Oh yeah. When you're at the top tables, you do take a couple quick sneaky peeks to the table next to you to see what's going on.
Yep. A lot of these players are also kind of familiar with each other. It's nice to see just a great community here, great matches today, and really, really stellar gameplay from
So a
everybody
bit
so
of
far.
Australia New Zealand rivalry going on.
Yeah,
Adam, obviously our first regionals from Dawn of Ashes champion. But he was playing Rye back then.
yeah. It's like cremation
So he's
ritual
going for
on the Hasty
cremation
Messenger.
value.
See what Yappy draws here.
Wow, got resolutes for days.
Yeah, a really nice card into the Water Lorraine matchups for sure. Super important just to make sure Yap does not die before he gets to level 3. But we'll see what happens here.
So is Adam just gonna? I mean, he materialized the scepter last turn. He must be planning on leveling up.
And then Yap.
Michael, yeah.
Excuse the silence for a bit. We actually just got in the deck list for Adam here, taking a look at his Water Allies deck. Seems to be playing all the important cards. Seeing a lot of Korhazi Trapper being played nowadays.
Yeah.
He's also rocking the Lunette, which differs from Caben's list that we were looking at earlier during round 2. And also just having Michael's list on hand again.
Just looking to do a bit more of the same as we saw in the earlier rounds.
Yep. Kind of familiar with what he's got going on there, but Adam's list is completely new to us. Opting to play Snow Fairy as well. Snow Fairy being in the, I guess that's one way you could possibly get past the.
I mean, if you really need to get that 1 or 2 damage through, you can do it. I mean, when it's rested, the spirit still protects Lorraine or Merlin, depending on which one. See, Michael's opting to go for the Lorraine line this time, whereas last match that we looked, he was playing the Merlin side of things.
Oh yeah.
And that might just be down to whether or not the flame sweep is a necessity. By the time he gets to that level 2, if he doesn't need to sweep at level 2, then he'll go to Merlin perhaps. And then, and so now he's locked into the Lorraine level 3 line.
I think he's definitely feeling the pressure. The Water Lorraine list has definitely been doing its job. Also, the Scepter Luna applying pressure as well, right?
Yeah, so Adam has the potential to go up to level 3, and I believe the level 3 is literally just to get that extra damage out of Scepter and maybe a bit of extra life too. But
yeah, let's take a look at Adam's material deck here. He is playing the Nullifying Lantern, one interaction that's going to be coming up. Probably this match is we're going to be looking at the Nullifying Lantern and Fracturized interactions here. Bit of a pain, but all important. He's also rocking all the Elemental Baubles, having his material deck fully teched out just to be as not diverse, but
it's nice to be able to guarantee having 2 Grand Crusader rings in your deck the whole whole tournament.
Yeah. But I think he's only has a few sideboard options for the material deck, but is opting to play getting more of those allies, the unique allies on board that we've seen like people have been including.
I feel like a lot of people were expecting a lot of water because we're seeing a lot of Viridian protective trinkets in sideboards.
Yeah, I know. Really interesting to see that people are expecting water a lot more now, but the favorite strategy so far, just based on the meta report, seems to be fire and wind still.
Water is still the least played element, but not by too much, I'd say.
Yeah, I think definitely much more than Ascent Houston, and it's been having a good show throughout all of the regionals so far. So it's been really interesting to
It's
see.
just gone to show how much one card can add and change the metagame.
Oh yeah.
Feels like.
Also, there's just so much still left undiscovered. I think we're getting to the end of the Fracture Crown meta, and people have had Dawn of Ashes and Fracture Crown for a while now. So the but I'm still happy to see that people are discovering new tech options, new strategies to explore.
It's still such a new game. It feels like the metagame shifts from like hobby night to hobby night.
Yeah.
Go to one weekly hobby night and you're playing one wind everywhere, and then suddenly it's water.
Yep. Let's see. So
Adam's making a good effort at getting Michael down.
Yeah. 18 life to 1, but we know that at any point once the Majestic Spirit hits the board, the game gets much harder there. 18 life is still a lot to work with, 10 life is still a lot to work with for Yap, and he has Fast Cure in hand. So once the influences shift, that just recovering is going to be huge.
Yeah, Michael's still searching for the Incarnate Majesty though. Looks like his only Crux card is a Crux Eye and some ghosts. So.
Frostbind coming down for the Creative Shock. Just stopping that advantage engine from getting online in Fire. Creative Shock is such a powerful card in these Fire strategies. But Yap's hand is still looking quite good, to be honest. Now at level 3, has the Ghost of Pendragon still. Had to respect you got to respect that card. I think it's like one of the most important cards for Crux to be able to access at this time.
It's going to be potentially could be quite hard because, now Michael seems to be stabilizing. Oh, quick takesies backsies here. Got to get in that Drawn Blade swing before the Ghost of Pendragon comes out.
Yep, not too bad as long as both players agree. But the Ghost of Pendragon comes down. Draws 2. Not anything too crazy. I think I did see he had a Crux Sight in hand, but probably just going to be holding on to that for now. Not much that he really wants to probably use it for.
Yeah. It's great value just getting back a Ghost with Crux Sight, Adam's going to have to clear it at some point.
Yeah. But we'll see. This deck still has so much potential, and Adam definitely has ways to push for damage here. But that Stalwart Shieldmate on Yap's side of the board is still there protecting him. Pesky little taunter that just you have to attack it.
It's just so annoying.
Alright, Sword of Seeking being the materialization option for Adam. I think he's just probably not wanting to commit too many more cards out of hand. Good thing is, I guess Yap does not have the ability to use his Fast Cure since his influence is much greater than his opponent's. But now we're seeing where Water allies struggle a little bit.
It feels like he's only really able to play one card a turn at this point.
Snow Fairy coming down.
Not too bad.
Yep. We're going to see how this comes into play here and how much it will matter this turn. So, yeah, the Stalwart Shieldmate getting rid of the taunt, essentially.
Yeah, that's definitely important. That needs to get out of the way. I think recognizing the fact that you just need to get the last few points of damage in instead of dealing with ghosts.
Mm-hmm. I guess a very important thing to note is that since Yap chose to play the Lorraine Blade Master, he does not have the option to go into the Kingslayer, which is much more preferred for that strategy.
Much more preferred.
Yeah.
But you're only really sacrificing the fireballs, and even then, with a Crystal of Empowerment, you're still hitting for 6, which is respectable.
Mm-hmm. So with Ghost of Pendragon, he's if he's able to find more copies and able to control the board a little bit here. Actually looking pretty good, but has to respect the damage from the scepter that could happen. Has to respect the damage that could come out of just Lorraine level up. I mean, we're looking at potentially gain here.
Only 8 more life to hit, level up, plus Lorraine, that's 7 damage, and then a Snow Fairy is exact lethal.
Mm-hmm.
So that's on board lethal.
Yep. But passing back to Adam here, I think.
Like 4 cards in hand or something.
Yep. Still has the ability, to kind of come back here. Yeah. Trying to decide which card is getting banished.
Okay, they're getting that.
Letting the dice decide the fate here. All right.
Right, so they're going with keep that one, and the other 2 are banished.
So
right.
2 of the Esteemed Knights going away, but like we said, I think the lethal potential is kind of coming out here. Taking the damage off of Scepter, because if Adam has leveled up. Resolute Stand.
Resolute's coming out, right.
Hard casting it, so potentially not much interaction left, unless Michael happens to have another one. Oh, that's
hitting over.
That's a nice draw for the turn. I'm pretty sure he just got that.
He must have just drew that. So Invigorated Slash plus 2 damage if you've leveled up this turn, I think, which is exactly enough.
Wow, I completely missed that on his list, but yeah, Adam is playing for that. I think
that is definitely some spice. I have not seen Invigorated Slash in Lorraine in a long time.
We've seen it teched a few times in our in some things that we've seen, like webcam tournaments and stuff. So this is a pretty interesting choice to include.
Definitely a new development.
Yeah, but well played from the both of them. Obviously, Michael there on the back foot with being forced to go into not his ideal choice of character, but it's okay. I think we're going to go.
If you can force your hybrid opponent to go into the Lorraine lineage, then I think you're definitely winning.
Right. So as we go into game 2, take a look at the sideboard options. So one thing to note, Michael has chosen to include the Viridian Protective Trinket in his deck, respecting the water deck. I believe that is the right one, right?
Yeah, that's the water.
That's the water one, yeah. I think the other than that, not too much else that he can really bring in. Disintegrate is an option, knowing that the Fracturize and Lanterns exist. And,
Sparklight, maybe need some more of them just to clear Gildas early.
Yeah. Only a few options for Michael here, and then on Adam's side, unsure if he'll be going to go first or second, but we know that seeing Lunette going first is a huge.
It's massive.
It is very scary when that card just gets online and you cannot remove it efficiently. For those first few turns, you just gain a lot of advantage, as we saw in round 2. But does still involve a lot of careful play. The smoke bombs in Adam's deck could also come in here.
Yes, you do. There is the possibility of giving your opponents Interceptors and Taunters stealth, which is a very powerful effect.
Yeah, they got lost in the smoke there. All right, but let's see. Both players, Adam's still sideboarding, but looks like Michael is ready to go.
Alright, so it looks like he must be bringing in a Lunette then if he's looks like he has boarded out one of his main deck cards.
Guess it's really dependent. I have a feeling that this is also going to come down to going like who's going first, getting that first materialization. None of these decks have a kind of way to like cheat it or because taking a look here, actually the only person that has the ability to cheat is it. Michael has Dungeon Guide at least. Adam has opting. Oh, he actually is playing Dungeon Guide just so he can get to his. He is playing Spirit Ruler. But yeah, he is playing Spirit Ruler, but not any Crux cards.
No, so I believe it is literally just to get some more damage out of the Scepter and that a little bit of extra life. I mean, you can recur one of your weapons as well, which can be useful.
Yep, interesting choice coming from the water players. I think Scepter Illumina does really change things and adds a lot of damage that Water did not quite have
No.
before. No.
Even seen some Water Sylvie beatdown decks coming through.
Oh,
None today though, but
unfortunate.
at the locals, giving that a go, and it does pretty good. It's got some stuff.
There was a Water Sylvie Allen list at the recent regionals or during Fracture Crown season, and was able to top with a. This was during the time that Scepter Illumina was available, and you know, really cool to see how these Proximus Vault cards are affecting the meta, and really adding a lot of power to like some of those lesser supported elements that came out in Dawn of Ashes or Fracture Crown.
Yeah, was pretty excited to see new card for my boy Xander coming in. I haven't managed to make it work just yet, but we'll get there eventually. I'm sure.
I'll let you cook. It's also one of those powerful cards, and we're pretty happy with how it came out during testing. But yep, Michael starting us off here. Respecting the Water of Lorraine, definitely not being too greedy for that extra card, knowing that you gotta respect the fact that Lunette exists, and it's much easier dealing with that. I think going first.
Yeah. Oh, and there is the Lunette in there.
Yeah.
So there we go.
He did board in the extra one, so that's the one he boarded in. Must have, Always good to see your sideboard card. The other than that, maybe Blanche may have came in. It's a
Blanche. Yeah, could be.
Yeah. When you're playing against fire, it's always like
see,
nice to have, right?
I didn't see him putting in any more main deck cards. I did see one go in, so we'll see how he's boarded. This hand very reactive, I would say. Like only the one Esteemed Knight, and the rest looks kind of like a little bit more interactive, not so much aggressive.
Esteemed Knight coming down. And it's also an interesting option. I'm not sure if this is a very common add to the deck, but I've seen Esteemed Knight pop up more today. It is a very well statted ally as well. Has intercept, but it's still locked behind that class bonus. So, you could opt to play a few other things instead, but it does do the 2 damage, 2/3 body, which is very nice. And Lunette coming down.
Not long for this world, it seems.
Yeah, but
Creative Shocks first.
Totally fine since the Lunette doesn't even have balance active. I think Adam realizing not too important to the strategy going second here, so it's just a 1/1 body essentially going down.
Still gets a Sparklight out of Michael's hand, so I would call that a bit of a win.
Bit of a win. I think that's more favorable towards Adam with what he wants, but do have to respect Michael is still playing. I believe he's playing the Fire Momentum, if I remember right? Or is that another character? He's playing the. I'm wrong. That was somebody else.
No, I believe that was one of the other fire decks we saw earlier that was playing
both red.
The red.
The Insult deck.
The Insult deck had Rending in it. I don't know if that's the one you were thinking of.
Sorry, my mistake. That was a lot of matches happening today, and getting all the decks blending together. Yeah, it's like a horrible concoction in my mind going because of all the decks that are all just blending.
How many? We are around 5. Are we 7 or 6 today?
6 today. Due to some time constraints, we got to be out of the venue at a certain time, but we're still 6 rounds. Everything's smooth sailing so far. Going into the.
I mean, it's fair. It'll probably leave us with either 1 or 2 undefeateds at the end of the day, and then the top cut should be pretty clean even after 6 rounds.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Snowfairy coming down.
Has locked down the Hasty Messenger.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad little lockdown there. Don't want that filtering value to continue.
Yeah. Snowfairy, I think, pretty underutilized, but still has a lot of that powerful. Has a pretty not as annoying to deal with as Dream Fairy, but still very pesky. Has stealth. It is very hard to deal with sometimes when you're not prepared for it. But all the warriors have access to Sword of Seeking, the all-powerful Sword of Seeking. Nothing gets past it. Things aren't looking too bad for Yap, though. I think, considering that this is a much slower hand compared to what happened last game, balance is a lot harder to achieve when you're playing, when you're
When you
on
got
the
on the
draw.
even hands.
Yeah.
And that's where squirrels comes into play.
Yep. Double checking. Yeah. Adam is playing all the squirrels, all the Gilduses. Um, Squirrels are more important than people thought, huh? The only
Oh, yeah.
zero cost
The
ally in the
masters
game.
of balance.
Yeah.
Oh, inspiring. Not what Adam wanted to draw there. He wanted more bodies,
Yeah.
but
The scepter is already on the field. I mean,
yeah,
gonna get full value out of it. Um, this game hopefully is what he probably wants to see. I think that's a dungeon guide in the middle there.
yeah,
Um,
maybe.
so potentially a lot of damage coming out of this scepter of Illumina, but
I
we'll
could see
see.
a level up next turn and then dungeon guide into level 2.
Yeah.
Could be a thing.
Gotta respect that. It's a good chance that Michael has Disintegrate in his deck. He should have opted into probably put them in there.
Yeah, I mean, considering disintegrate can save you what 8, 12, potentially 12 damage.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely worth it. I will say, am I testing it with water allies versus decks that play disintegrate like Arcane Rye and Fire Melon? It definitely sucks when your set to gets disintegrated.
Oh yeah, gotta respect those item hate cards. We'll see. Oh, the Regalia hit cards. The trinket coming down from Michael, respecting the. No, you gotta respect it. I mean, it makes. There is a typo on that card, unfortunately, but it's been eroded. It works as a static effect and is very, very, very good in this matchup.
And man, there's a lot of fast water spells in Adam's deck. So,
Yeah.
or in his hand even. Like he's got at least three.
Yeah. The hand is very clunky for Adam here. It's what Michael probably wants to see, but just see how the game plays out from here. What's the options? I get it. It's very awkward. So, what does Michael choose or Adam choose to do here?
If he can't put anything into his memory, he's gonna have to potentially just get materialize something 0 cost and maybe level up another turn if he draws better.
He may just Inspiring Call to cycle, but I'm not too sure. Big Array Slash in hand for Adam here. Oh, okay.
Fracturize the protective trinket.
Yep. Now Michael has a rock on the field. Floating Memory being used, going to level 1. Ornamental Greatsword to buff the Snow Fairy.
And the damage from Scepter coming in.
Yep. Yeah. He has the Invigorated Slash as well. I mean, he has the potential to push a lot for damage here, but there's so many cards in Michael's hand that he's got to have some options. We can't quite see what he has available to him, but the
Gildus draw.
Invigorated Slash coming into play.
That Gildus actually could be game changing for Adam. Like if that Gildus hits, he can balance it this turn.
Yep. He's
And Adam just sort of checking like, oh, how much damage can, or how much interaction could he possibly have in hand? Hopefully, you just gotta jam the Gildus and hope.
Yep. Looks like you were right, James. The Gildus hitting the field here, coming in for the 4 damage.
And it hits.
Yeah.
That's important. That's so good.
Even with all those cards in hand, there's not much that Yap can do. Life totals getting into that danger zone. You got to respect the Scepter Illumina.
It's getting dangerous and no level up, so he's gonna be staying at level 1 for another turn maybe.
And I am sure his influence is huge right now, so he's not going to be able to use any fast cures to regain any life here.
No, he's got a lot of cards. And he's still digging.
Shock, discarding the Flame Rune Swordsman. Maybe we'll see a dungeon guide this turn or something.
Well, that's what I thought he was doing when he put 3 down, but no, I don't think he can afford to dungeon guide and do other things.
Yeah, we will definitely have to see.
Oh, that was a recollection phase. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
right. That makes sense. I mean, you always want to play a creative shock in your recollection phase if you
Yeah,
can. It
the
just gives
prereq.
you, lets you double dip on your resource pool.
Yep. We'll see. Like I said, I think that his influence is still quite large.
Okay, there is a dungeon guide. Yep.
Yep. Dungeon Guide coming down like we expected. Uh,
Dungeon guide into which champion though is the question. Could be level 2 Lorraine. Oh, banishing a flame sweep.
yep. Level 2 Lorraine. Getting that sort of tempo back.
And
Did he point at the sword? He's pointing at the Gildas as they.
must be. Gildas is hiding behind
The sword.
the
Right?
sword in
Yeah.
the. You know,
I believe Adam had Song of Frost in hand, though, right?
it's interesting that Michael also. Yeah, so. Yeah, it's interesting that Michael chose to banish the flame sweep to the dungeon guide when he was leveling up to Lorraine.
Yeah. It's been. He had
He
all
has
his
another
options
flame
pretty
sweep in
wide.
hand as well,
Yeah.
which is interesting.
Yeah. Interesting.
He must have a plan.
Michael's done a pretty good job of hiding his hand from us
Yeah.
this time, so we haven't been able to see everything he's got going on. But is that
I can
another?
see an incarnate.
I
And
think he has another flame sweep. He does
he
play.
does. He does. I did see the flame sweep. So why did he not flame sweep that turn? It is a mystery to me. Maybe he doesn't need to.
I think that attack went through for Adam, even though he has the flame sweep, or sorry, the dungeon
Oh, the
guide to
double
level.
dungeon guide turn.
Yeah. Interesting choice from Michael here. Essentially, only going about -1 because he's making up for that dungeon guide value, but getting away the clunkers in his hand, getting to level 3.
I see.
Spirit Ruler comes in back in to draw a card, and if he has fast cure, I mean, this makes it a lot easier to cast it. Now his influence should be below Adam's here.
This is actually quite impressive. Like Michael has clearly planned out this entire turn from start to finish. He materialized Drawn Blade in his materialization step, and then then he dungeon guides up to level 2, attacks with the Drawn Blade so it goes into banish, and then dungeon guides again into Lorraine to get the Drawn Blade back immediately and draw even more cards. It's just
Gorgeous play.
It's
really
a great, some great sequencing here from Michael.
Really knows his deck well. And the Pendragon comes down to the field. Snow Fairy still walking down that Hasty Messenger, but Pendragon
Getting that
put him a Drawn Blade back,
sweet
drawing
value.
2.
Always want to put Drawn Blade. I mean, I love putting Drawn Blade back with Pendragon. You just get so much value.
Yeah. Remember the days of. Oh my goodness!
Oh.
And he's got another. Yeah, who cares about not having Incarnate? You can just. This is Pendragon beatdown.
Almost had a chance. It felt like Adam was within touching distance of lethal with the Scepter, and now, Michael's leveled up twice, and he's got another 8 health, and all this board. It's crazy how much the tide can just.
There are no
go out.
interceptors or taunters or anything. It's possible. Not quite. Adam should be short a few damage to if he was able to push everything he had this turn, or his next turn. It's going to be a bit rough to do enough damage and win out the game here.
I mean, if he can survive, that's the problem. If he's given a few more turns, he can get quite a bit more damage from leveling up, but he needs to live, and he's currently facing down a board of, 6 allies?
Mm-hmm. Fracturize and forget the other card. I think it was Inspiring Call being banished.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Go low 2. Michael taking another 4 damage from the Scepter Illumina. I wonder so he did have the Songs of Frost available to him, I think, last turn, but maybe opting to save it so could have more cards in hand.
Yeah,
for the
I'm
next
not
turn.
sure the song would have really changed much.
Yeah. 2 damage.
Adam just needs to try and. Okay, he's trying to clear a Pendragon.
Yeah.
But still, how much How much damage is in play? 6.
Yeah. So the Lorraine level up to clear the Pendragon. That was
Michael could
3?
just. Michael should be able to. If he has a fireball, I think he will win. But if he doesn't, it might take a couple more turns. But yeah, Adam's health is slowly dwindling.
Yep, a couple turns is quite. If Adam's able to stall, I think he actually might have been able to win. But he definitely had to clear one of those Ghost of Pendragon. It's just too much damage on board for him to deal with. But lethal was very close to that point.
It was very close. I think he needs to be able to. I mean, he's obviously going to want to level up, but he needs to. He can't really deploy threats and level up because you lose so much of your hand doing so. And he's not been able to make use of that invigorated slash. Like both times he's leveled up, it's just been sitting there in hand, and he can't quite make it happen.
Yeah, he's just a few cards short to make it happen because invigorated slash this turn, and then into a dungeon go with in game.
Yeah.
With that snow fairy, I mean that snow fairy's probably put in quite a bit of work at this point. It's just keeps that hasty messenger locked down, making it really awkward for making that ally just super awkward on board. But remember, he does play like cremation rituals and such as well.
Just super sticky as well. It's not going. That snow fairy's been there for a long time.
Yep. Some more damage coming in. The now so not important allies coming in, but Pendragon coming in for another 3 damage. We'll see what Michael chooses to do here.
Alright, so only 7 damage left for Michael to produce. Is he going to do it this turn, or is he just going to develop a little bit more?
Yeah. Reactive turn still available for Adam. He has Song of Frost still, and curious to see what he's going to choose to do.
Playing a last ditch effort Song of Frost is not where you want to be, and it's not what you want to be doing, just to save a bit of damage to face.
I think Adam's thought process here. I was just noticing the cable falling in front of his face cam there.
Oh yeah,
all good.
Hopefully we'll get that fixed for next round.
All good, all good.
Yeah.
The as long as he's probably thinking on the lines of like if I can just survive and not die this turn, then these cards essentially are just extra resources for the next turn and they can help me push for game. So definitely gonna see what he chooses to do.
It depends. He's got 1 sword and banish.
Michael has not presented lethal yet.
1, 2, 3.
But
okay, well, yeah, I think Adam's just going to go for this last-ditch effort, level up to 3, invigorated slash turn, and hope that Michael has nothing.
Coming down.
Well, got to make use of that hasty messenger somehow.
I think Michael also had the sudden steal. We know he plays sudden steal, and potentially could have just presented lethal to force Adam to force his hand a little bit more here. Oh, but that Stalwart Shieldmate.
No, that's kind of thrown a spanner in the works.
Yep.
That is a clutch Shieldmate. Yep. I think Adam actually had lethal without that Shieldmate being in play.
Yeah. Definitely it's going to make things awkward here. But the smoke bombs was decided in. We do see that. He's debating on what to get.
He can't materialize smoke bombs. So, right? He doesn't have floating. He doesn't have any memory of any kind, I don't think.
Yeah, maybe a mistake on Adam's end here that could have cost him the game. But we'll see. Smoke bombs not being able. He's checking if there's any sort of shenanigans that maybe can be done at fast speed, but doesn't look like there's not going to be anything there for him to use. I don't quite remember what's in his graveyard, but I don't think he has any floating in there.
No, I don't think this deck really plays in. Oh, he plays Fracturize, yeah. He must. I think he used to Fracturize earlier.
I think he used it to get to level 1, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. So, Oh, poison coating.
This does help push for damage if that Stalwart Shieldmate is
Yep.
able to get off the field, but yeah. Taking that back, maybe not exactly 100% sure.
It is hard when you
Yeah.
have your game plan set out in hand and then your opponent just throws you this curveball of, I have taunt now. Wasn't really, I don't think Adam
Yeah.
was hoping for that. He wasn't
Yeah.
quite, okay.
He just does
Alright.
not have a legal way to pay for the smoke bombs here because that probably would have been ideal for him in this situation. Let's see, Frostborn
I think
Paladin, I
this
believe
could
is what it's
still
called.
work out for him, actually. So Dungeon Guide into level 3, get back Ornamental.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the response from Michael here.
This could still
Yeah.
be, actually, is this still lethal? 4 damage from Scepter. So he's going to have to get back Ornamental Greatsword. Dungeon Guide gets the +1. So that will cleanly kill the shield mate.
Yep.
And then you have Lorraine's attack with an Invigorated, which would be for 5. And Snow Fury
Yep. Looks.
for 6.
Unle-
And
I-
this should be Xaxes.
But I think
Oh, the
the
Resolute,
Resolute Stand. Yeah.
Oh.
I think we knew that Michael had that still.
I'd forgotten.
Yeah.
It's more suspenseful that I forgot, though.
But yeah, that Resolute Stand coming in clutch.
Michael's got all the bases covered. He's just mastered
Gotta,
this game.
Yeah, gotta respect whenever you still have those cards in hand. Like it's definitely, throwing another wrench in the works here for Adam. But a really close game like we're seeing here. Something's got to happen this turn for him because that Resolute Stand changes everything. Let's see.
Adam might have to.
Just a few points of damage shy from being able to close it out.
Adam might have to Invigorated slash a Ghost of Pendragon just to
get it off the field, yeah. At this point in the game, that Septa-Illumina doesn't do any much damage anymore. It still has its other effect, but I don't think it's going to come up to play in the remainder of this game.
No, Adam would have to have a pretty bad hand to spend 5 cards to draw 2.
Yeah. Man, this is a very, very tight game. Poison Coating Odal.
Yep, can target the Snow Fury as it has stealth and +2 attack.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be used to get rid of one of the Pendragons, choosing to save the Invigorated. I think he just wants that extra resource.
He wants the resource to play the Song of Frost in his hand so that he won't die.
Yeah, but it's looking to be very, very close. High potential for Michael to still do just 8 more points of damage. All he needs to close out the game. And on board already, we're looking at Pendragon coming in for 3. The Dungeon Guides both probably going to be coming in, so 25 damage on Adam's Lorraine right now. And Michael has plenty of cards to work with, so there's got to be something that he can do here. Very, very, very close game 2.
It was so close.
Yeah.
Adam was within reaching distance of winning this game and closing out the match, but it looks like Adam has not quite made it.
Yep, adding back the Ghost. Pendragon probably going to be hitting the field again.
Play it out.
Kruckside, powerful card in the grind game.
Yeah, swing for lethal.
Yeah. Draw
Casual
2.
3 damage lethal. Adam's going to be forced to play the Song of Frost here.
Yeah. He doesn't even.
Michael's like, oh, you want to keep playing? Okay, well, I guess I'll toy with you a bit longer.
Sudden Seal. Yeah. That's the Sudden Seal I knew about from earlier, and with no cards left in hand, that's all she wrote.
All right,
we're on game 2.
Game decider.
Yeah, game 3. 22 minutes left in the round. It's going to be a bit tough. These types of decks are definitely very grindy, very long matches, but
Yeah, they can take it long.
stellar gameplay from both
And
players.
wants to just win this one very, very quickly.
Stellar.
But it's so good to see two great players like having their game plan set out. Like Michael knew like exactly how many cards he needed to have to do his double level up turn. Adam knew that he had lethal if Michael didn't have an interceptor, and then when he did, he found a different way to get lethal.
Yeah, that was a really, really, really great gameplay, and gotta respect when there's cards left in either of these players' hands, like there's something that they got answers, but water underrepresented in the meta, but in the meta report that we just had, but still very potent decks. We saw Caven also piloting that deck, the winner of Ascent Houston.
Yeah, he is he is at table 1, Caven, so undefeated, and on table 2 is his teammate, another TCG teammate. So they must be doing pretty well. I assume they're on the same deck. They were same as they were for Houston, all on the same ally deck.
Yeah, and it's water underrepresented in the meta report, but honestly, still very, 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 very powerful.
Honestly, I was expecting more water.
Yeah.
But
I think not much changing in the sideboard. I think Adam's probably going to opt to go first here. If he's able to pull off the Lunette, Gildas, I mean, that's going to spell trouble for
he just really wants to find that fast board state.
Opening hands coming out. We are seeing neither of those cards mentioned. Doesn't look like Frostborn Paladin. Also an important card.
Oh, there's the Lunette. There we go. He does have a Lunette.
I'm a big liar. I guess I just.
It was hiding.
It was hiding. Lunette coming down very, very fast.
It does look a little bit Frostborn-y.
Yeah. A bit of the light from the little glare, but all good. Man, intense game. It's a bit funny because every time they lean back, they disappear from the camera. But
should have brought a wider angle cam, but that's all right.
All good. The cameras weren't. We're working with what we got, but stream is still running great today.
Yeah.
Had a little bit of downtime.
I think I'm gonna have a visit to the tech shop after this day's over and see if I can sort out some issues. I was hoping to bring the best stream possible for this weekend.
Still an amazing stream so far. We've had so many great matches being played. Typical starters being played for each player right now, and luckily Adam did put in that fourth copy of Lunette that we thought he would, and it's being paid off.
Definitely where it's going first, and it's definitely what you want to have in the deciding game.
Yeah, very, very powerful start. Lunette coming in first. Steam Knight staying active. Okay, Steam Knight now going in for the damage. 3 damage on board so far. 3 cards balance being achieved. We'll see when that Grand Crusader ring gets popped. Wondering what's going to come out from the side of Michael right now. Creative Shock being used at end step here.
Definitely important to get that memory. Oh, even discarding floating memory. So perfectly drew it up. Level 1 Lorraine.
Yeah, and the it's hard to frostbind there at that moment too, because not really worth it. One, he's got all his cards to pay for it. But we've got to be careful.
We've seen in the previous rounds the importance of keeping that Lunette balanced.
Yeah. We'll see. We have not too much on the way to answer this on Yap's side. He's playing more of that defensive. I'm gonna play on your turn type build. Not much to be able to answer this, honestly, for the Lunette, but
4 is a lot of health.
Maybe not too important for Yap here. Honorable Vanguard.
Entering
going to be a
rested.
cremation ritual target. Yeah. We may see. I'm curious to see what version of he would go for this time. If he's going to go into the Merlin or into the Lorraine line again, like we definitely saw what the deck is still capable of at level 3. Ghost of Pendragon, such a keystone in the strategy here.
He has gone into the Lorraine lineage both games so far this match.
Yep.
I mean, maybe it's just his. Maybe he just always does that. Maybe it's just how he rolls.
Scepter of Lumina now developed for Adam, and I think it's also another key piece.
Right, so Song of Frost there. I was about to say Adam probably has to be a bit wary of Flame Sweep here, but the Song of Frost is actually going to be. Oh, he's not. Nope. He's not going to be Song of Frosting. He can. He's got Grand Crusader.
Yeah. Frostborn Paladin coming down.
So he is still balanced.
Steam Knight going in. The Frostborn Paladin didn't get any of the buff counter value, but still a good body and very powerful card.
Hey, nothing to be sniffed at. A 2/3 for 3 is pretty strong. Oh, the perfect timing on the Viridian Trinket.
Yep.
Adam, of course, holding up the Song of Frost there, hoping to protect his board. He won't be able to do that this turn, so let's see how much damage Michael can send.
Mm-hmm. But the Lunette has definitely gotten her value worth, I think.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. There wasn't any Gildas to sort of follow up that pressure with, so it's not the worst outcome here for Michael. Dungeon Guide being used, I think we're definitely going to see the Lorraine level 2. If he goes for the Merlin, I'll be a bit shocked, but we'll definitely see what happens here. Oddly enough, that we didn't see any Incarnate Majesties being activated at all.
No, it is quite hard to do so as Lorraine. You do have to attack with a lot of swords to make that Incarnate playable.
Yeah.
Flame Sweep coming in, and that is what Adam was hoping to be able to play
the Trinket
the Song
here,
of Frost on.
The Trinket is through a real wrench in the works, but maybe a deflecting edge to...
This is a Flame Sweep for 5. Is that right? So he can save one ally.
Yeah. Maybe not worth it, though. It's definitely hard. Flame Sweep, deflecting edge is going to be used. That Lunette as good as gone. Protecting the Frostborn Paladin, and
I feel like Lunette's done its job, and you're not going to be able to balance anymore. So we're gonna. It is worth it though to use your deflecting edge. You prevent Michael from drawing an additional card.
Yeah. Reconfirming the game state here. All right, Hasty Messenger coming down. Yeah, that deflecting edge was kind of for naught, especially when the Hasty Messenger just allows you to discard and draw.
That's true. I think Michael no cards in hand to get the hasty trigger, but definitely worth killing that.
Lorraine level 1 coming down, 4 damage being dealt by the Scepter.
Right.
Definitely going to see.
So Adam does need to find a way to push this last damage through, and it's going to be hard, especially if Michael levels up next turn.
Yeah. Materialization is definitely coming, very important. You always have to kind of be getting the right thing. You can see the Gildas in hand from Adam here. If that was able to come online next turn, then that would have spelled real danger for Michael. But I believe the turn was just passed. There's not much that Adam can really do in this position. With the starter was really good, but he wasn't able to find the pressure to match up with it. Of course, Frostborn Paladin and Steam Knight, very good allies, but not quite as strong as the Gildas. Damage now coming in from Michael with the Dungeon Guide and the Hasty Messengers on board. Leveled up this turn as well. What was this turn? Maybe I missed that.
No, this turn he got Drawn Blade.
Gotcha.
So I imagine he might do a no. I thought he was going to do a dungeon guide, but it looks like he's just going to attack for 1 and pass.
Yeah.
It's good. Definitely want to get that drawn blade in banish for when you level up to 3.
Yep. And I think I saw quite a abundance of Crux card in the hands of Michael here. Got a lot to work with. This game is not looking as good for Adam. He hasn't been able to push in as much damage as he would have liked, not finding some of his key pieces here, and that flame sweep was pretty
That
brutal.
flame sweep was so. To be honest, the
And,
trinket was the most brutal part of that.
oh yeah,
Michael correctly identifying that Adam was holding up some kind of
frost
negation or song or something, and just completely threw off his plan.
And the guild is being hit here after he's forced to play his hand, but
This is Sparklight at face.
yeah. 1-1. Both players are 1 run, and I don't think they're trying not to go into time. Yeah, so picking up the speed here, picking up the pace. Hopefully no misplays happen. According to our round timer, they still have about 10 minutes.
They have a decent amount of time, I'd say.
The 5-minute warning did come out for the rest of the players, and unsure if these players are aware that they have a bit more time than they expect.
Yeah.
But
to be fair, Michael doesn't really have too much health to get through at this point. He does have a few. He does have a decent amount of allies in play. And to be honest, Adam doesn't have much option for for his turns.
Yeah. Michael does have to respect that, can still take some damage, has to catch back up. They do have turns and stuff. We're not really worried about this time ending and they being able to play, but
Adam's just passing, like he doesn't have much of a
Creator Shock being gone,
Incarnate's
Crux
gone.
Side gone, Spirit Ruler coming down. We know that the hand of Michael here is very strong. He has a bunch of Crux cards he's able to use. I may have caught a glimpse at a ghost. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, he does have a ghost. Looks like there's a sudden steal in there as well, but not being used this turn.
1 damage coming in. We're probably going to see the ghost hit the board. Yep. Ghost of Pendragon coming down. Judges making sure that as players just picking up the speed that the game state is correct.
Got to make sure you do the right things.
Yep. 3 damage coming in. 1 damage coming in. Dungeon Guide. Trying to keep the pace. Cremation Ritual on the Dungeon Guide to draw 2.
Not drawing anything too exciting there.
Yeah. He has the ability to cycle. Just to find more cards if he wants. He has the Crux sites available too. I think we're looking. Okay, time is not too much of an issue.
We're looking good for time. Adam's not going to be able to level up this turn unless he draws one of his dungeon guides, so he's probably going to be stuck at 24 health, and he is staring down a lot of damage. He can get a tithe. He is thinking about getting the tithe, or Terrafring, sorry, as a way to save some damage. But I feel like that Michael's got so many cards in hand, he could probably afford to just attack with a lot of his stuff. Anyway.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. Terrafring coming down. It's probably likely the best option here, just so help him not take as much damage, but Michael does have many cards to work with, especially drawing off of Ghost of Pendragon. We have quite a few cards to work with, so Not as nice as we saw in the previous
Mm.
matches with the Soul matchup, but definitely going to see how that affects the next turn for Michael here.
I'm not sure. I may have to check actually. Like potentially, I think these guys did actually start at the time, like at the same time as the rest of the guys. So I may have to double check. But I feel like maybe they are now on overtime.
No worries. I think the
I think I may maybe
judge will make sure that the game state is going to be
yeah.
correct
We've had
here.
the judge there.
So
He's
turn
timing.
0 essentially starting for Adam on his turn, and then Michael will have 2 turn cycles to do enough damage.
Yeah.
So makes sense that they were speeding up the play a bit, but still, I think an ample amount of time to kind of finalize the game state. Crux sight's being used to cycle, grabbing back.
Crux sight for a crux sight.
Yeah.
Pretty good value.
Yep. Snow Fairy locked down the Ghost of Pendragon, trying to prevent the damage. Um, Sparkle Light
for 3 damage. Oh no, it's 2. Sorry, I forgot
That's
he was
2.
Lorraine. So Terrafring has been activated.
Yeah. Not Adam's
I
preferred
think-
played.
Yeah, sudden steal coming in. Got to pay a bit extra.
But, a lot of damage coming in. And there's
This
not.
is a lethal sudden steal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks like that's going to be all through. The fist bumps coming
All right,
out.
Terrafring not enough to stop the onslaught.
Yeah. Uh, the amount of cards available to Michael, I mean, we knew that it was a last ditch effort, but it almost worked out in his favor, the Snow Fairy locking down the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah.
But so many cards and so many resources for Michael to work with.
I'm sure Adam would have enjoyed having a draw here, but a loss in the 5th round is nowhere near the end of the road.
Yep. Both players still very likely to be making. We're almost guaranteed to make the second day at this point.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just trying to make sure that their breakers are a little bit better as they go into day 2. But that's going to wrap up the round 5 here. The timers are a little bit off. These players were playing in turns, but Michael able to close it out.
Yeah. So we'll try and line up the on-stream timer a bit better next round, but yeah.
All good.
Obviously.
Yeah, all good. Who knows? Maybe we were right.
Maybe
Maybe
we
they
were
did
right.
have a little extra time.
Oh, they were Russian. But they got through it okay, and no mistakes were made. And it's good to see that people can, our players can play at pace and still play very like deliberately as well.
Very well played from both sides here. Fire being shown, like how strong it is, and water putting up one crazy. That match could have gone either way.
It really could. Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very well timed cards coming in from Michael's side, but Adam showing his resilience. But that's going to wrap up this round. We'll be back for the next round, and we will see you guys soon.
Yeah. Back very soon. All right, welcome back, everyone, and we're on the final round of Swiss here.
I know it's been quite a day. These players have fought real hard, but yeah, day one almost over.
Speaking of fighting hard, we've picked a spicy one for you. This is a win and in for top 32 and getting to the second
Yep.
day.
There's X11 and X2. Both are in contention to make it into top 32 tomorrow. And I'm expecting one hell of a match.
Yeah. There's a lot of players around the room deciding to ID and lock in that top 32. Just
Getting that early
guarantee
break.
they get in, but I
Yeah.
think these guys realize they probably aren't in that position to do so.
Yep.
So they're playing it out.
So we're seeing a Fire Merlin hybrid coming out from our friend Manny here.
Yeah.
Uh,
Friend
and
literally, because he is my local store owner. So I thought I'd put him on and put him under the gun as a feature match.
and Manny and I have also worked on many events, a few events in the past, and it's been fantastic. You know, uh,
Yeah, I would say Mani is one of the best TOs in New Zealand, but also a great player, as he's shown.
getting him a chance to play today,
Yeah.
showing it off. So, Fast Gear coming down. Funny enough, just to that, getting that floating memory value in just cycling, essentially from Jack.
Yeah, and just so happened to have one less influence, so gets that life back.
Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry for the brief silence there.
Now, the astute among you may have noticed Mani discarding a chilling touch to his hasty messenger.
Yeah.
That could give you a bit of a clue as to the strategy he's going for.
Yep. Maybe we'll see some Ascension looping.
Ascension and looping.
Yeah. But with a different target, the Prismatic Edge, I mean,
Yeah.
having that water card definitely also means that you're going to have some sort of draw, which is really nice if you're choosing to do the Prismatic Edge. It is a bit risky, but it is a generic floating memory, so you can use that.
Now that is a rough start.
Yeah.
Merlin being leveled up with a dungeon guide to snag that chilling touch before Mani even has a chance to get to level 1.
Yep. It is always a risk to just leave the floating memory up like that, but
didn't really have much of a chance, to be honest.
Yeah.
This is only the second turn of the game, and suddenly level 2 Merlin comes out and snags your only floating memory.
A lot of things being committed from Jack's side. I mean, he had to use his fast carrier cycle. He used the dungeon guide already just to get to level 2 to get that value. We are just now receiving the deck list, and we'll be taking a look at what these players are playing today.
I'm obviously quite familiar with Mani's deck because I helped him build it last night.
Fantastic. And we're also looking at Jack's deck. So he's actually playing a very similar list I got to see in the Dallas Regional. It is it's teching in the Focus Flames.
Yes.
Opting
Very good
not,
choice for the metagame.
Yeah,
sure.
opting not to play the Incendiary Fractal. Some people don't like that card, some people do. But the Focus Flames is very important, considering that you're also trying to... it's one of the only cards that kind of clears that 4 health threshold that people are struggling to deal with when you're playing against the allies. Yeah.
Definitely a very anti-aggro Merlin list.
And Manny's deck also very interesting, playing Devastating Blow. We see Rending Flames in the list. Has that more aggro aspect to it, but also can come back in the late game with as you got a little sneak peek. You're seeing like Chilling Touch and some of those water cards in the main. So the Prismatic Edge value can also be applied here.
Definitely a very aggressive leaning fire list. Mm-hmm. It is playing both Lorraine and Merlin lineages just to have that same sort of option on the flame sweeps and stuff. But yeah, definitely trying to beat down as fast as possible.
Mhm.
And then if it ends up going late game, they just start prismatic edge looping you.
Yep. AC Messenger coming into phase. Not, I mean, these aren't high impact allies coming out from Jack's side. They're just, Honorable Vanguard is essentially cremation fodder at this point, and so is Dungeon Guide. Really, I mean,
Yeah.
they don't really push too much damage, but it does add over the course of the game. But they're definitely not too scary when you're not playing any banner knights, you're not playing any captains, so they're essentially just um, cremation fodder at this point.
Yeah.
Got to see what Manny
Hopefully,
has got planned here.
hopefully for Jack, he can find like a way to get up to level 3 soon. Because when you get stuck at the level 2 Merlin, it just gets really awkward. Because you have a lot of warrior class bonuses, and even in a Merlin deck.
Yeah,
And when you're at level 2 Merlin, you're kind of just like playing a weaker deck in general because you just can't make full use of them.
exactly. We do get to see a few of the opting to play more of that Fire Merlin cards and making use more of those mage warrior mage class bonus.
Comes the Rending Flames.
Oh,
And Jack's just wide open to that. Doubling the damage, so attacking with the Sword of Seeking, that's 8 damage.
yep. Applying the pressure here and not really giving any value to just staying the Merlin level 2. It's you know Grand Crusader's Ring coming down. Looking at the influence count from Jack, he's got
It's got maybe 5 or 6 cards now.
yeah.
Yes, 5.
The
Not
hand
much.
there is a Pendragon in hand, but not anything too crazy. What opting to look at his spells, he does have many mage class bonus actions available to him, but we'll definitely see how
Yeah,
how
there
this
doesn't seem
goes.
to be a good, clear pathway to leveling up for Jack at the moment. He might be able to sort of develop that shield mate,
Hmm.
hope it dies, and then level up. I don't know.
Opting for
Oh,
another
I didn't
fast
see he could
cure.
just fast kill there. That does gain him some life
Yep.
back.
Getting life back at this point of the stage is not too important. The Rending Flames did come down, but it really just is to apply some pressure and um, you know
Definitely staying at a healthy life total.
yeah, that's for sure.
Hoping to level up next turn, and then hopefully Merlin's draw power will get him out of this because he's currently only got
Yeah.
1 card left in hand.
Yeah.
Or is it 2? I think it's,
Yep.
I think
Manny
it's
does
2.
not opt to level up. He is playing the Merlin Memory Thief. It could have also gotten the value by eating the.
Oh, that
Um,
would have actually been
yeah, maybe more
really
favorable in
good.
this position, but we'll see what he's got cooking here. The option of dungeon guiding to level 2 is that yeah, it is available for Manny as well, but we'll see. It looks like he doesn't seem to have one in hand. Um, you know,
I would think leveling up to Merlin and getting rid of that floating memory would be priority number 1 for Marnie, especially with it looks like Jack is really hoping to level up to level 3 next turn,
mhm.
and that would just put a complete spanner in the works.
Yep, but um, you know, still gonna see at least 2 cards committed from his memory. Jack's kind of smiling there. Maybe he's pretty
Hmm.
happy that the Manny had did not choose to go to the Merlin level 2, but all good. We'll let him cook. We'll let him
Yeah.
see what he's got going.
Another
Um,
reason for Jack to have probably wanted to play the fast cure as an end of turn action rather than like in the main
mhm.
as he did. Because now, yeah, it just opened up Marnie to so many options.
Yep.
Had Marnie not known that fast cure was coming, he would probably have made a different play.
Mhm.
So lesson is, use your fast spells at the last minute, if possible. It's very important.
Flame sweep coming down.
Okay, so interesting. Deciding just to flame sweep here. Maybe Marnie just thinking he doesn't quite have any good options. Maybe his hand is quite clunky and he doesn't really have a good path forwards.
Maybe fatigue throughout the day. Rending Flames getting eaten by the Merlin. Jack now going to that Kingslayer, which we were talking about before.
Yeah, and the Flame Sweep giving Jack that other additional floating memory, so he doesn't even have to banish both his memory cards.
Maybe the hand from Manny is a little bit clunkier than he'd like, but could have missed that crucial play of maybe just leveling up. Unsure if this was the best route that he could have chosen.
The one downside of playing like 9 cards that aren't in your element has a downside. Sometimes you do draw a bunch of reclaims and you know, just
some bricks.
Stall out.
Pendragon coming down for Jack. It's not the win deck, so I mean, it's not a deck that can typically abuse just one Pendragon, unlike the Zephyr Displace shenanigans you can get with Wind. But Fire has so many great options in the deck for itself. And yep, Cremation Ritual. Like I said, that Dungeon Guide was practically Cremation Ritual fodder. Pendragon coming in for the 3 damage.
Jack in a very commanding position now at that advanced element unlocked. Whereas Marnie's just kind of sitting there. Looks like he's just kind of lost his momentum completely at this point.
It may have been possible that Marnie didn't have maybe the timing of that fast gear was a bit different from what we thought from the caster's table. Maybe he had already chosen his Materialize, and that's when the I have to go review that. Can't quite remember, but we'll see. See what he chooses to do here.
Feels like he's thinking of leveling up. He's got to start sort of matching Jack's value here. And
the Ghost of Pendragon and the influence has been built back up, asking him to select 2.
One interesting thing though is Marnie's not running Pendragon himself, so he doesn't really have that in-game power that Jack's deck does.
Yep.
It's more focused on just getting a Rending Flames kill early and then potentially finishing off some damage with fireballs in the end game.
Yep.
Not so much getting value. He just wants to end the game.
Yep, but we can definitely see how the Ascension loop comes into play, clearing stuff off the board, dealing damage to face. I mean, Ascension is still a very powerful card, and so is the Prismatic Edge. I mean, it's just gotta respect that card. It
not
puts in
at
a lot
its
of work.
best in this matchup with 2 fire decks looking at each other, but that's why you play the other 2 elements in your deck.
Exactly.
Alright, so a Flame Sweep does take out the Ghost of Pendragon there. It does seem like Marnie's hand is very clunky. He's not been able to make very efficient plays. Although, he makes up for it by playing a bunch of CSRs and CURs as his champions. So
the match is far from over, though. I mean, I think both players are in a position to still win the game. Another Pendragon coming down for Jack. Not good for Manny, but we'll see if he's able to hold out and get any Ascensions online or getting to level 3. Definitely has more options. I believe, he hasn't gone through a Drawn Blade yet, right? So
no, not yet. Needs to draw that.
Fireball coming out from Jack.
7 damage and another one.
Okay,
that's lethal.
That's game. Yeah, looks like the hand was a bit clunky there for Manny, but it's all right. We'll go ahead and move on to game 2.
Yeah.
Take a look at the sideboard options here. Interesting. So Manny has definitely a different package lined up. So the Incarnate Majesty could come in, and the Majestic Spirit could also come in. We see on Jack's side, Nullifying Lantern. Also opted to put in Quicksilver Grail, but I don't think there's anything too crucial that you can run. But you would probably want the both together so you can, you know,
Yeah.
kind of do some cheeky plays. But
Well, now you've seen rending, you're definitely going to want to play nullifying.
but the big brain thing is for Manny to do is just to board it out.
I mean, he might.
Yeah.
We're seeing now he's
Seeing
thinking
his
about
game
it.
plan. Yeah. So Jack did get a bit of information. We got to see some of the off-color cards that Manny had in his deck. Obviously, we'll see where this is going to take us. Um, the options here are pretty wide open for the both of them. We'll see if there's some big brain plays. I believe the Nullifying Lantern and the Quicksilver Girl are probably going to come in on Jack's side, but maybe just the Lantern, not the Grail.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if Jack's. He probably doesn't have too much information about Marnie's strategy, really. He's seen a couple flame sweeps. He knows he's on Prismatic because he's seen the water element stuff, but like.
Could definitely think it's just a rending deck, but that's playing a Crux package.
So he might not. I mean, if Marnie's gonna board in the Majestic Spirit package, then I feel like that could throw Jack off.
Yep,
for sure,
100%. Both great players going to game 2. Marnie's going to start us off here. Round 6, game 2. I mean, plenty of time left on the clock.
Yeah.
Both these players contesting to see who is going to be making top 2 or top 32. So tensions are high for the both of them here. We'll see how this game goes.
Alright, he's got.
Seeing one off-color card in the start for Lonnie here, but we'll see how. They're resetting the life counters for us here. A little bit of oopsies, but no worries. Not too big of a deal.
Alright. All fixed. Alright, so back to the action. Dungeon Guide in hand, I can see. Must be no immediately obvious place for Marnie. Maybe he must have something fast. Some fast speed card to play. So just passes back to Jack. Oh, is that a Creative Shock? One of the new special Creative Shock arts I see.
Let me see. From
in Jack's hand.
Hasty Messenger coming down. He's going to discard. I think he actually, so first Ascent Auckland being the first event that we actually have the set redemption promos here. The Creative Shock is actually in Jack's hand.
Getting
pretty cool.
In there fast, getting that set redemption promo.
Yeah. Really happy with how that artwork came out and looks really great. I'm a big Merlin fan, so one of my favorite promos personally, artwork wise. Creative Shock coming down from Mani. Let's
just
see.
A boring altar one, probably. Gross.
You're roasting him on the stream. Yeah.
Doesn't
all his signed cards
and redemptions.
For shame. At the very first event where you can get them too.
Having a CUR Lorraine doesn't make up for it,
Star Wars Showmate being discarded. Lorraine level 1. Here we go.
Number 20 something.
Sword of Seeking coming down. Able to get that value off of his floating memory this time, not getting eaten by the Merlin.
I think that was just so backbreaking last game.
Yeah. especially just the dungeon guide into the Merlin, which is really rough.
It's crazy the difference of being on the start or going second.
That whoever in the fire matches, I've noticed that it's really important to make sure, or whoever is getting that first materialization is very important. Like,
Yeah.
When you aren't able to rely on your dungeon guides and just need to play the turns out normally, it's definitely important.
Is Marnie gonna have some revenge here? Because he does have Dungeon Guide in hand, and there is a juicy floating memory in Jack's
We'll see.
graveyard.
We'll see. Maybe it's the reverse Uno card, as they say. So it wouldn't be that bad. I mean, getting the level counter right away, getting your level 2 ready to go, and preventing the opponent from leveling for free.
Definitely one of my favorite plays in this deck.
Definitely thinking about this one. It's
You don't want to rush things when you're. I mean, you don't want to take too long, but you also don't want to rush into the wrong decision when your tournament is on the line.
I'm going to take a peek at what his hand is. Curious to see if he actually does have the dungeon guide. And he is playing 4, so it's very likely that 3 cards coming down.
That seems.
The dungeon guide, and here comes the reversal. Okay, Incarnate Majesty.
Has gone.
But I think his hand must be pretty decent if he's been able to just put that down for the dungeon guide.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
And
a little bit of revenge happening here in game 2. We see that. Here we go, and then here. Oh wait.
Ooh.
There we go.
Get
1
that
damage
value.
run. Yeah, remembering to get that 1 damage in, the crucial 1 damage, and cremation fodder for the dungeon guide. It has served its purpose. All right. Drawing 2.
Jack being forced to banish some cards from an. Oh no, he does have a replacement floating memory and fast cure.
Yeah, not as favorable for.
It is essentially the same as.
Yeah.
I mean, you're still kind of discarding a card in order to level up.
Yeah.
So it's not quite as effective.
Yeah, not as good. Not as good.
It's at least a card that you want to banish rather than something random.
Definitely set Jack behind a bit, and Manny's starting to set the turn up for himself nicely. The sooner that Merlin comes online, the sooner the its reoccurring effect every turn will come into play.
Yeah, if he wants to, he can level up next turn.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a pretty valid option as well. Not to be too in love with the cards in your hand, just level up, get your engine going,
Get some new cards.
Yeah. The flexibility of the Kingslayer Merlin is
that's why
really nice, and
I really love that hero. It's just so intricate, like how you can play it in so many different builds.
Yep. And just seeing how some of these players are able to plan out their turns so far ahead to account for that Kingslayer effect has been phenomenal to watch today. Opting to get the Grand Crusader string instead of leveling up, totally fair. I think that's also a very good play. He has the opportunity just to build up more advantage control.
Definitely has time.
Yeah. Actually, Jack left his fast cure in another fast cure in the graveyard. This is just another level counter for Merlin. Essentially, all you're giving up is your attack this turn, essentially. But gotta make sure you use it at the right timing so it doesn't get a little too wonky here.
I'll say though, it is somewhat awkward getting your second level counter while you're still level 2 Merlin, because then when you go up to level 3, you go to odd, which is not what you want.
Yep. But still very scary. I think also just denying the resources from the opposing player, very important here. We'll see what Jack does. I think he's going to activate his new Creative Shock.
So shiny.
Yeah.
I want, but I don't have a set of Fractured Crown.
It's definitely a promo that's worth it, I think. I really do love 100%. That artwork.
sure a lot of players will be
Yeah.
looking to clamber to the next Ascent they possibly can and
Yeah.
hand in their sets.
I think Manny allowed the fast cure to be used. I think for that exact reason, so the level counters are in his favor when he levels up.
Yeah.
Bit of that pre-planning, they're not getting too antsy with the effect of Merlin. You know, it's really easy to just tap out and use that um, uh, effect.
What's going on?
But
Just some
saw
confusion with
saw the little flash of Kingslayer all of a sudden, but good.
Can't quite do that just yet.
Hasty Messenger. Let's see what he discards here.
Alright, some more floating.
Yep. Well, thinking about it, maybe there's not too much that too many shenanigans that could have been done.
I think, considering how the games ended up going with Jack being at level 2 now, it probably wasn't worth banishing that fast cure. Because now you get to the stage where both players are sort of fighting over floating memory cards.
All good
Because
though.
now that Jack's made the first move with Merlin, Marnie now has the opportunity to banish it himself. I think he's opting not to. Which is interesting, because I think he could actually have banished in response to Merlin's targeting. Which would mean he would go up to 2 level counters, and then next turn... Oh, you can't level up now. Okay, never mind. But I think it might have actually been worth doing it to deny the Merlin's level counter on Jack's side.
Yeah, interesting decisions coming out from both players. In terms of the timing of their when they're getting rid of their floating memory cards. But we'll see how the plays turn out for Manny's turn here.
Yeah.
Just gonna have to see what he chooses to do.
Okay, so now
so
he's
if he
just
chooses-
opting to banish Jack's floating memory as well.
Yeah.
So the line that I think could have potentially gone is, so Jack tried to banish the Stalwart Shieldmate, and then Marnie banishes it in response, so he gets the counter, and then he can wake up and banish the Flame Rune in his recollection, which means he would still be odd level counters.
Yeah, I think there could have been more opportunities to do that. Drumblade being used.
Just to get rid of a card, exchange it for a new one.
Cycling here. And then
Mine is like, I just want this card, this dungeon guide, please. Where is it?
still has the hasty discard as well this turn. Trying to get a glimpse of what he has in his hand here. I think I see quite a few off-color cards. Not particular what he really wants.
Seems to have some pretty tricky options here. I mean, you do just want to get cards in your memory so you can level up. There are a few cards in there that I think you wouldn't mind getting rid of, like Resolute Stand's pretty average in this matchup. He did board it in though, so maybe he thinks it is solid.
Devastating Blow being played in Manny's list as well. Maybe that's something that could come online as well, applying the pressure.
Devastating Blow is...
Only when he's at Kingslayer, though.
Yeah, it is devastating.
Let's see. Building up the board, Flame Rune Swordsman coming down. 2 damage, clearing the Shieldmate. Another level counter for Manny.
Gone straight away.
Yeah.
Okay, so now he's at the magic odd level counters on time for his level up next turn.
Yep. I think at this point it's guaranteed, even if like
It's actually quite interesting that this sort of game has turned into just a memory fight. Like the Merlins are thieving each other's memories
yeah,
back and forth.
it's definitely also a show of just like how much restraint they want to show. Because like if you set your turn up awkwardly when you go into your level 3, it's gonna feel a little bit weird. Fireball coming down from Jack. Unsure if I think that's mainly just a setup for I think the level up, just to have cards in memory.
He needs those cards. He's gonna have to banish 3 though, which
3
is
here.
okay. Well, I guess those are cards that you aren't too sad to see gone.
Yeah. Still. Yep. Magical
So,
even, and then drawing back up. I mean, if he has the Pendragon, that would be kind of nice, right?
I believe I saw the Pendragon, so he should be deploying that.
Oh,
You can see a Fireball, Farukan
yeah,
Acolyte, could be.
yeah. Didn't seem too high risk of a play. I think he was able to keep that Pendragon in hand. Thinking for the discard, Broken Acolyte, hitting the graveyard.
Yeah, he's not too bad. Level 3, he's basically a Blitz Mage in this scenario.
Yeah. Pendragon coming down. Most probably MVP of the day
It's
here.
the story of the tournament. It's just Pendragons.
Yeah, Pendragon MVP of
you-
Ascent Auckland here.
If you didn't already have your Pendragons, what have you been doing?
Yeah.
I would say get them now, but it's probably a bit late.
All right. I think Manny will also choose to level up here. Sitting with the level advantage, that's for sure. Banishing all 3. Oh, is that an incarnate in the?
Yeah, that's his
banished?
second incarnate banished.
Well, there's actually not much that. If that incarnate hits the board, there's not much that Jack has to really deal with that at all. Taking a look at the list here.
Yeah, and Marnie being now at level 7, I mean, he still won't be able to play it, but
Interesting choice to banish that, though. I think that's definitely the win condition for Mani here, but we'll see what he does. I know there was one banished long ago, actually. So
yeah, that was
unsure if that's actually one that was just banished long ago, and that the third card is actually sitting underneath that other card. Discarding increasing danger. Doing some maths, some counting. Unsure what he drew off the Creative Shock, which I believe was played. So having a gander
you're
here.
going to direct some damage with that Creative Shock. If he played Creative Shock, then this increasing discard would mean 2 damage.
Yeah, I think deciding where that damage is going to go.
So the Pendragon looks like.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's not many combat tricks that drawing. Oh, I think I see an Ascension in his hand actually. So he has quite a few options here. Pendragon is gonna go down. A lot different from the Wind variants, where there's a lot of protections around the Pendragon, trying to get that off. But in Fire, you just need to see a couple to get your resources back up, and you're smooth sailing from there. I think I see the Ascension.
There's Wind and Water in hand, and if he has the Ascension, this is going to be a massive prismatic.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge boon for Manny here. Let's see what I think he's thinking about it. Checking over the banishes. I could be wrong. He may not have the Ascension in hand. He could have. I can't quite tell
see
completely.
2 reclaims and
I see his Crux Sight, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Maybe he can't quite put all of his cards, like both Wind and Water, face down, so he's just going to have to pick which one's better.
Mm-hmm.
And
Ascension, yep. Ascension coming out. I want to.
So it does look like he chose to put Chilling Touch down for the water.
Yep. Chilling Touch to draw a card. And 3 damage. Going to Jack. Okay, interesting choice. I feel like not incorrect. Still has all his cards in hand to work with. Curious to see what he got off the draw. I know he has the Crux side, I believe, so he could just loop the Ascension back and then do it again. Devastating blow, though. We'll talk about it.
Devastating blow.
Oh, nice.
10, 11, 12 damage. So 7 from the Devastating, 3 from the Prismatic, and 2 from Merlin's Effect.
Man, quite a bit of damage being done here. Ascension or Prismatic Edge hitting the Vanish pile. Still many ways to
maybe
get it
coming back soon.
Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty confident. I saw the. We got
Crystal Empowerment here is kind of scary.
Yeah. Majestic Spirit has, well, not high potential to hit the board, right? I think.
True.
Oh, actually, wait. I miscounted the cards in his hand, but Fireball.
Double Fireball again.
Brutal.
Jack finishing the game in the same fashion as last game.
Yeah, well fought from both players. I don't think many have that incarnate that we saw was one for the very beginning.
Right, so he had to discard it. He just needed to find a way to get that last card.
Unfortunate. Well played from both players. The fireballs are very powerful, and especially once you start building up those level counters, it's a bit rough. But well played from both Manny and Jack. Best of luck to Jack tomorrow in day 2. Unfortunately, I think Manny being X2-1, it's not quite enough to make the top cut. But well played.
Well played. And he's probably winning. He's gonna probably be vending tomorrow, so he's he can't
maybe enjoy some side events. But
maybe we'll get him on commentary. He's a good commentator. But yeah.
Beautiful. All right. That's gonna wrap up. Round 6 of Ascent Auckland.
Day 1 of competition. Yeah.
All right.
Hope you enjoyed this coverage. We will be back. I guarantee we will be back for the first round of day 2.
Yeah.
For 4 rounds of Swiss and then top cut, and we're gonna see who takes down this Ascent here in Auckland.
Right. Thanks for joining me here.
Yeah.
Or thanks for having me, really. Sorry, I'm joining you. Sorry, but it's been a real pleasure to sit here and talk about Grand Archive. Yeah, it's been a
great day of games.
Yeah, so many amazing players today, so many interesting decks, and really happy to see so many diverse options being played overall. But that'll be the conclusion for the stream for the day. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
We'll see you very soon.